Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys today. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. I really appreciate you guys coming in early today, but I have a lot to get into, and I don't want to be here all night because I'm still feeling under the weather, but I can't stop, and I won't stop. And um, there's just a lot to get into, especially once we start reading these filings. So I am maybe going to be a slow poke to some of you. Some of you may not like this series that I'm going to do, but I'm not going to rush through this. So if you're impatient, then just wait for the series to come out and binge that sucker. Grab you some popcorn, your favorite beverage, your snacks, whatever you're going to do, right? But I am not going to mow over this. I'm not going to go over it in one night and, act like it's no big deal like the rest of these channels out there, right? This is a multi part series where we will discuss these filings in detail. There is so much to go through, and I really want people to keep their ears open. The biggest thing is ears open, right? Because if you're not listening, then you're going to miss a major piece of this. And then you'll be in another chat somewhere and somebody will say something really stupid. And I hate to say stupid, but there are stupid questions, in my opinion, when it's beat over the head a billion times. It's a stupid question, right? Because you weren't listening. And now we have to take the time out with you to make you understand when you could have just listened to begin with. And I don't want to just come out hot like that, but these filings are not pleasant. They are not pleasant. There's nothing nice about them. This is not a pleasant situation. And so, we're going to conduct ourselves accordingly. Um, it's a real shame, right? We have a sheriff that didn't want us to know a bunch of this that came out, but even though we already knew it, but he was telling us that we don't know what we don't know, and that the rumor mill is so awful and they better stop. And I'm sorry, my other picture also was too jovial. I understand that this one's not at 100% to scale. I'll fix it tomorrow. Again, I want us to pay attention to the filings, not to my face. So let's get started. Let's get started. Um, we have a sheriff that wanted to gaslight us and tell us it wasn't so, even though we all knew it was. We had groups of people online, still to this day, that are making up wild, outlandish versions of their own stories, right? But the fact of the matter is this is not their story. This is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' story, and this story is going to be told here when I tell the narrative as such. It's going to be truthful, it's going to be factual, it's going to be honest. If I give you my opinion, I'm not sugarcoating it. If you do not like it, there's ways that you can handle that. You could leave for the day because you might just not agree with me on one subject, or you might just have had it with me and say, I'm going to unsubscribe. It's just as easy to click back and forth, right? But I'm going to be very protective over this situation because I feel like I have to be. And I shouldn't feel that way. I should feel great about this, and I should feel like this is wonderful news, which I do believe it is. But I'm also worried because people are misconstruing it so badly and being so incredibly disgusting. Like, what more do you guys need? It's amazing to me. Not you guys in the chat, of course, but those idiots out there. Um, Seth, Seth is ready to report the stream. Well, you go to the YouTube button and you hit the report button. Oh, hey, let me get this graphic going. Again, I apologize. I'm halfway here in terms of my level of sickness. But it's okay because there's nothing I could do besides take antibiotics anyway. So, and that's what I'm doing now. I finally broke down the cough medicine was not the fix for that. I'm not a big doctor person. Um, so there you go. That's we'll highlight that. So, oh my goodness. Ah, there we go. Let's put that one in there. All right. So now we got it set up. And welcome in everyone. Um, yeah, but before you can you report it and like it? Or at least you can do thumbs down too. It's engagement, right? It's engagement. Um, did, I did that before I reported it. Bo, thank you for at least making him hit the like first. Oh my god. Hmm. Well, I'm lucky I have a voice because when I'm awake, I'm using it. So unless I'm sleeping, but I had to dive into this, right, because I want to shout out to Chasing for doing a great job of reading it. If it wasn't for her, my lethargic ass wouldn't have heard what was going on, right? I wouldn't have been in the know because I was just sick as a dog, and so I could listen to her, and she read it so nicely, and that's how I got my information, and I really appreciate that. So I'm sure there's other people out there that got that information that way too. Um, so I was taking that all for granted before, um, but the filing is not incredibly long, right? It's sweet, straight to the point. Probably pretty shaved down from what the real information that will come out in the discovery. Of course, this is going to be a process where information is going to come out, in my opinion. Here and there, we have a burst of energy in Sebastian's case. Um, Everyone's talking about this filing. Bigger news stations are talking about the filing, and that's as it should be. Sebastian's case should have been taken seriously from the beginning, but it got very misconstrued along the way, in my opinion. Sumner County making a full spectacle of their police department, the detectives. We're going to get into the old assistant DA. This runs very, very deep, very, very deep, as we will see. And I can't ignore that. I can't just go to sleep on that. That doesn't sit well with me. Hey, hello, little Miss Sharon. Thank you for hitting the like. Okay, so sorry guys, I got a little bit of background. Again, it's early for me to go on live, but I have a lot to say. Sandy is here. Hey, Sandy, good to see you, and welcome in everybody. And if I don't see you, hey Trishy, Witchy Mama, if you are in here, can you please mod Trishy? Because she has a channel now and she switched over, and I wanted to give her wrench over here because she's our OG mod. Pretty please, with sugar on top if you can. Um, and Deanna D is here. Good to see you. And hello, Gail. So good to see you. And Gail, thank you for your comment earlier too, and all of your comments on the videos. I appreciate you guys when you like and watch them, because I'm not just putting out these videos, for my health, obviously. Um, I'm not putting this out for my health. I'm putting this out for your information, for my own documentation, for the betterment of Sebastian's case. Right? It's not about me. It's not about my thoughts and opinions in these videos. These are just for you guys to make up your own minds about, and for you to read through the documents yourselves, because I think that's really important. I don't like getting one little excerpt out of a document that is 29 pages long, right? For example. And so, oh, thank you, Seth, for letting me know that. Hold on, let me change it. It's probably not going to get much better once I change it. Okay, here we go. Oh, what's wrong, Jingo? Okay, I hope that's better. I hope that's better for you guys. Oh, thank you, Gills Knits, for the sticker. I wish I could put those up. It's like a little red flower. So thank you very much for that. So you could lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. No, you're not blocked. You're not blocked, Justice Jane. No, hon. You're not blocked in here. You've never done anything to my knowledge. I mean, I can't watch all the time. That's why I got the mods, the beautiful mod squad that does a fantastic job that helps me all the time. Um, so, hey Gina, good to see you. I don't know why you blocked Jane. Yeah, I can see you too, Jane. Hey Lori, good to see you, Lori. Hey, good to see you, Holly. Oh no. Oh no, that little cat, little mischievous kitten there. Aw. Hello, Marion. I don't know if I said hello, Marion. Hey, Captain Jules. Captain Jules is here. Hey, Captain Jules. Thank you for being here. If I can see you, Jane, then you should be blocked from my channel. Okay, good. I was wondering that. So thank you for helping me out with the technical side of things. Hey, Cinderella. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. And thank you, Witchy, for that too. I can't see who's a mod and who's not in here. Um, Aw, thank you. Deborah Dixon, you're so sweet. Hey, love, mom, love. Hey, Nani McPoppins. That's so sweet of you. My voice has been acting up for a while, and I was wondering why. And it's obviously like strep or whatever. Um, it's obviously a throat thing because I was feeling good, but then not my throat still. So hey, Laura. So oh, great, Seth. Seth says, thank you, everyone that tuned in for my panel of Q&A. Might do another real soon because people still have questions. Yeah, Seth, and I think that it's a great thing to have questions, but it's just like when I see those crazy ones over and over, like the facetious, vindictive type ones, you know what I mean? I can't with those. Hey, Ava, and how many times do you have to say it over and over? Hello, Jilly. You know, it's just, hey, lover girl. Jasper, good to see you, Jasper. I just get worn out by it. I'm glad that, you're open to that, though, questions. And Kiki is here. Hey, Kiki, so good to see you. Peace, love, and Jeeps. Hello, peace, love, and Jeeps. And thank you, Justice Jane, for hitting the like button. Let's see. So good to see you guys. If I've missed you, just drop another comment and I'll say hello. Let me know what you guys think tonight. This is a huge time for us to discuss back and forth like we do in here. If it wasn't for some of your ideas that pop forward, I'm only in my own head during the day, right? So if you guys tell me things that I have never thought of before, it's a light bulb moment a lot of times, right? Where I'm like, oh, wow, that's really interesting. Or, hey, I never thought of it like that. So don't feel like you have to keep your opinions back. I'm asking for respect and I'll give it back to you as well. Okay, so let's get into it because we got a lot of anger that we could direct towards certain people here. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. It should never have happened, but here we are. So, moving forward. All right, Lauren on Facebook is my second shout out tonight. Lauren on Facebook says, seems like an appropriate time to repost this. Are Seth's quote unquote lies in the room with us right now, Kathy? You have been screeching about the truth coming out for 2.5 years now. Well, well, well. It seems the time has finally come for Seth to uncover it, and something tells me not a soul in the world will be apologizing to you or your rotten family by the time it's finished. Checkmate, lady. Boom. And I couldn't have said it better myself. When I saw this, I was like, yes, yes. a million times over. Hello, Stephanie Williams. Yes, because this is what we've dealt with from these vile people for 2.5 years. Think of how Seth feels when his son is missing and he has to deal with this shit. Knowing what he knows, knowing what he knows, right? Because I didn't know any of this. To the best of my knowledge, a lot of other people didn't know about this, right? Besides the lawyer, the people, right? Lauren's got it going on. Lauren on Facebook. She is awesome, and she is bringing the pain back in the clips, isn't she? Because we need to be reminded somehow of all of the nasty, vile, ugly, dirty, schemy crap that we have been fed over the last 2.5 years. And I am so glad not to be the only one that's sick of this crapola, right? It's crapola. Marion, so good to see you. Yeah, Lauren's awesome. She did a great comparison that I showed here about the Chris Watts case and about Sebastian Rogers. There are case comparisons to be done, and I don't care who likes it, who doesn't. Again, you can kiss my rear end on the way out the door. I don't care what you think of that. That is what the FBI does. That is what they've been doing in the Kyron Horman case. Is they go back and they look over old cases. I'm sorry if you don't like to get to the bottom of the truth. I'm sorry if you would rather live in your delusional little worlds. I'm sorry. That's not my fault, right? So don't take it out on me. Hey, Jill, good to see you. You know, it's a bunch of nastiness. Oh, and Cruella, I couldn't even fit her face into the picture on YouTube. It was either the forehead or the chin, and I chose the chin. So that's what you you guys got over there. But we'll see a full view of her. She looks just like her. Hey, show poodles. Hey, find Summer's Truth. Aw, Jilly, thank you so much for sending that super chat. Aw, Sebastian's Army. Thank you, Jilly. That is really sweet of you. I'm telling you, this is going to be another rough month for the lady here because of this type. Like I have had to take days off and stuff. But that makes it all worthwhile. So thank you. She's got a treasure chest of screenshots, Gina. Yes, she does. That she does. You know, it's the time to utilize each other, Gina, on that. That this is the time to utilize each other and to circulate this information around. It's the best thing that we can do to work together without working together. You know, if you just could find it in the kindness of your heart to share somebody's content out, that's the way you guys can work together, in my opinion. All right, so this is Kathy Bauer socks, right? And that's her old avatar. So just keep that in mind. But this is her post. She says, I know exactly where my heart was and is. Since you seem to know about 5 CPS reports, feel free to enlighten me. And this is the post that Lauren is referring to. She says, feel free to enlighten me, dude. Where do they get off with this arrogance? You know? Yes, but Cruella has that long chin. She does. She's got the Leno chin going on, you know? It was either the forehead or the chin, Stephanie. I'm not even joking when I say that. I was like, which one am I going to choose, you know? So I chose the chin, though. We went with the chin on that. Until you have personal knowledge and can prove or excuse me, and provide me proof, right? Not just something that a lying, money hungry poor excuse for a parent says in order to grift money. Seth, I'm sorry. And see, this is what Seth has been dealing with. Now, I want you to keep this in mind throughout the live. And the reason why I put this in the beginning is because this is the bull crap they have been feeding us. And if we don't gobble it up, they have a fit, they stalk, they harass, they screech, which I love that. I love how Lauren said she's been screeching because she sure as fuck has been screeching. Whoops, sorry. I'm supposed to watch my mouth. She's been freaking screeching. Let me tell you. This, of course, is my opinion based on the knowledge and personal interaction with this person. Well, I have knowledge and personal interaction with Seth. Hello, Emmy Joe. I have that too, Kathy. I have that too. I don't look at Seth as money hungry or poor excuse for a parent. I look at your son, Chrissy Pissy Pants, as a poor excuse for not only a parent, but as a human being. Because he put his big pig hands all over Sebastian. His big pig hands on him. And how dare he put hands on a child with autism? You, ma'am, need to be ashamed. You, ma'am, need to sit the fuck down. You're tired, Kathy. And you're wrinkly. And you need a break. Put some cucumbers over those eyes or something. When the actual truth comes out, oh, we're about to find some truth. Hold on. When the actual truth comes out, I would hope that you will be a person who acknowledges your implied error. Well, guess what, Kathy? Where's your acknowledgement of your implied error? I'm waiting. Where's it at? Where's it at, Kathy? I'm not afraid of you. I am not afraid of you, you old hag. You could be as cruel as you want to be. I ain't afraid of you. I walk in the light. I would expect at least that much from someone who uses the USMC emblem as a profile pic. Well, I bet you that Ralph Freud, I don't know him, but I bet you he's got more integrity in his little pinky nail than you ever will in your entire body. You old haggard piece of shit. All right, here she is, Miss Cruella DeVille, Miss Maddie Kathy Bowersocks. Boy, she's so proud of herself and her son. Yep, this is Kathy Bowersocks. That's Chris Proudfoot's mother. Sebastian Rogers, supposed to be step grandmother. And that was her post that I just read to you. And you can go back and pause to read it. I blew it up for you guys. Hey, Heather Marie, good to see you. Okay. Her son, stepfather, I say that lightly, so I say stepdad, excuse me, to Sebastian Rogers, is named in this paperwork as someone Sebastian feared because of physical, emotional, psychological, verbal, and mental abuse. Did I miss one? Because I ran out of room, right? Because I maybe could have added some more in there, which is sick. It's sick to think about. It's sick to think about. But you don't care, do you, Corella? You don't care, do you, Corella? Because you like to take all of the grandbabies to Disney and leave Sebastian out of it, didn't you? Didn't you? Hey, a fatal paper cut. She looks like she shops at Penny's or Kohl's. I think she does. I think she has. I think you could be right about that. I mean, what an evil person. If you just look at her, she resembles either a witch, no offense to our witchy mama, or any self proclaimed witches out there. Okay? I'm talking about when you look at her, she looks like she could kill you with a look, right? But I'm not afraid of her. That's the big difference. I don't fear her. She has no bearing over my life. She is nothing but a scoundrel. She is nothing but a waste of space in my book, because that's what I think of when I look at her face. Is a horrible person who allowed for Sebastian to get bullied in her presence by her other daughter. Let's not forget Aunt Melissa and her bullying, and that the only reason we know that is because she posted it on her Facebook of her bullying Sebastian on his birthday. On his 15th birthday before he went missing. But you say it's so easy for me to get up here and say that? No, it's not. It makes me sick to my core. And it doesn't you? You got a lot to learn. Oh, and now we have Chrissy Pissy Proudfoot, Kathy's baby boy. The guy that is going to be referred to as Proudfoot in these documents. Hello, Coffee, Crime, and Cats. Welcome in, everyone. And welcome in, Bushwatchers. And Gracie, good to see you. So, named in the documents, an adult body that has child's needs. That's what this man is. Stuck at around 4 to 5 years old emotionally, rooted in childhood wounds. Kathy, that's your fault. Emotionally, a child. Kathy, that's your fault. Always needs a boost, right? The truth is that they don't understand real love because it's never been given to them. Okay? Why don't you just print this out and put this over on your cubicle, and maybe you might have a reminder. It's not an excuse, it's the truth. All right, guys. This is going to be the first page. It says, in the United States District Court for the Middle District of Tennessee, Nashville Division, Seth Rogers, individually and as father and next friend of SWDR, a minor, versus Sumner County, Tennessee, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Eric Craddock in his official and individual capacities, Detective Brandon Carter in his official and individual capacities. That's right, folks. They are being sued not only themselves as a person, but as a professional. There are also 1 to 10 John and Jane Does, which means they are being left confidential. We will get into that later. So just keep that in mind. This is not a race. This isn't me trying to get it done faster than another creator. This isn't me trying to mow over major details. We are going to pick apart what we are going over because it deserves that kind of attention and that kind of meticulous thought. And we're going to do it here. All right. So this is the complaint for damages and injunctive relief demand for a jury trial. So there will be a jury trial. 12 jurors, I believe it will be. They will have had to go through jury selection, the whole process. So thank you, Trishy. I just don't want people, because there's people that have dropped comments that are like, well, this and this and this. Look, like I said, slow and steady wins the race, and it's not a race, right? I want to make sure we go over this. And that way, if anybody cares to know the truth, then they can come here and listen to it. If they want to continue to speculate and cause drama and crap, I don't have time for that. I'm moving on. Okay, so we have the complaint for damages and injunctive relief, demand for a jury trial, preliminary statement. Number one, this civil rights action arises from Sumner County Sheriff's Office, SCSO, deliberate indifference to the disappearance of Sebastian Wainwright Rogers, a minor child, a 15-year-old child with autism spectrum disorder, severe combined type ADHD, and 6q27 chromosome deletion syndrome, which means that Sebastian is missing that particular chromosome, 6q27. He was born without that chromosome. It doesn't grow back. Who vanished from his mother and stepfather's home in Hendersonville, Tennessee on February 26th, 2024. Right? So, for a little context, Sebastian Wainwright Rogers was living in his mother, Katie Proudfoot's home with her husband, Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot alleges that he was not home when Sebastian seemed to have vanished overnight, right? Katie and Sebastian were seen last publicly leaving the Texas Roadhouse on February 25th, 2024. We see them pulling out of the Texas Roadhouse around 6:30 p.m. It's about a 15-minute drive. I've driven it several times myself at different times of the day, and I know a lot of people have. And it's about 15 minutes roughly, right? So that's what I can give from personal experience. They make it home at about 6:45 to 7 p.m., but everything after that is unknown. Katie pulls directly into the driveway, directly into the garage, closes the garage door, and no one can tell who is in the vehicle. But she alleges that her and Sebastian were in the vehicle, that he played in his room for a little while. At 9 o'clock, she told him it was time to go to bed. He did go to bed, according to her. An hour later, there was a noise, a thud, or a bang. We're not quite sure. And then Katie said she goes to bed at 12 midnight. In the morning, she goes to wake Sebastian up, as she regularly does, allegedly at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he is nowhere to be found. Now, again, Sebastian was 15 years old. He has autism spectrum disorder, severe combined type ADHD, and a rare chromosome deletion syndrome on the 6q27 chromosome. He has been missing and was reported missing on February 26th, 2024. Number two, Sebastian Wainwright Rogers is not an ordinary missing child. He is a profoundly vulnerable minor with multiple documented disabilities, a history of SA that has been reported to and investigated by the Tennessee Department of Children's and Family Services, DCS. Does anyone need me to repeat number two, or are we in full agreement? Hello, Rosebud. Hey, NorCal SoGal. Hey, Alicia. And IML. Hello, Brad. Welcome in, guys. Does anyone need me to repeat number two? Because that's the first very profound statement in this that we did not have confirmation on before this. Hey, Poppy Love, it's okay. I'm early today. I'm really early today. Night court started early. This has been documented, his disabilities, along with the essay, and it's been reported and investigated by the Tennessee Department of Children and Family Services. So that should answer a lot of questions for most people who can make the connection. But if you're not making that connection, I'll help you make it. That means that DCS was always fully aware of Sebastian's special needs the entire time. The entire time, and they deliberately, Marion, thank you, Marion, deliberate. That's number 2, deliberate. You know, this is not an accident. This is, we don't know what we don't know. This is a travesty. And a home life that DCS's own records show was marked by physical abuse, emotional degradation, right? Where he's being degraded, emotionally degraded. Sebastian, Wayne Drake Rogers. Let me repeat that. DCS was well aware, because of its own records, we can confirm that Sebastian's life was marked by physical abuse, emotional degradation, and a stepfather, and at the hands of his stepfather, Kathy. Kathy, where are you? Kathy, where are you, Kathy? Because the last time I checked, you said that people need to apologize, and you know the truth, Kathy. This is the truth, Kathy. This is your proof. This is your proof. Where are you? I don't see you. I haven't seen you around at all. Squawking, squeaking. What'd she say? Screeching. I haven't heard you squeach. Where are you at? Where are you at, you sorry excuse for a human? Because no human being thinks this is okay to do to a child like this. Not to Sebastian, not to any child. The neighbors reported that Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather, quote, hated the child and wanted the child to die, end quote. We are not sugarcoating tonight, except for a couple of parts. And that's because of Sebastian's well-being and um, shielding him, not you, Chris. You're a free for all tonight. So is your mother, and so is your wife. So buckle up. Buckle up. Because the facts are in. The proof is in the pudding. Yeah, the shrew. You know, Deborah, just unbelievable. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for gifting Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And Calgal, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. If you would like to get your perk on the Discord, email me and I will send you the link for that Discord. We just have to we need to keep it safe. So, unbelievable, right, Jill? This is why we need to go over it piece by piece. This is not going to be a sprint because it is so much to handle, right? That we need to piece it out. In my opinion, I think that'd be the best thing. So, the neighbors reported this, guys. This is a direct quote from the CPS paperwork. Now, again, I'm going to point that out as we go because all of these quotes, and Seth had the live stream last night and he confirmed that all of this, right, in the quotations is actual events, you know, the actual events. Okay, so DCS had formally determined that Sebastian Wainwright Rogers was, quote, here we have another quote, at serious or imminent risk of removal from the home, end quote. Now, again, we did talk about some of this last night and what laws would facilitate that. We have that later on to go over. But again, these two statements, if CPS comes in and they're writing down on their notepad that Mr. Proudfoot wants Sebastian to die, who, how, what? And hated Sebastian. Now, I would hear people on these YouTube streets and I would hear them and they would say, I just think those two hated Sebastian. And I would think, wow, hate's a really strong word. You think they hated him? You know? And I'm like, but as you uncover and as you peel that nasty, stinky old onion back, there's no denying it. And there's no denying it now. There's no denying it now. I mean, unbelievable. It's so incredibly sad because kids, they love everybody, right? They may not like everybody, but they care about their family. They care about their family. Sebastian never deserved to be treated like this by these monsters that hated him and wanted him to not be here anymore. That is utterly disgusting. It's a scumbag. They're shit bums. Michael, good to see you, Michael. They're shit bums. This is what a shit bum does. You do not treat anybody like this, especially not a little kid. They're growing up. Then you wonder why the world is the way it is. Number 3, despite all this context, which was known or readily available to law enforcement through the DCS records, yeah, Kathy, those 5 reports, the DCS Child Protective Investigative Team, which is CPIT, right? It's CPIT, which is interesting. I understand that's an acronym, but it sure does seem like it's a fucking bottomless pit of child trauma that's never been taken care of or acknowledged or fixed or cared about. Because we're gonna look into them. But again, this is all known to law enforcement. I want that to be known too. All of this is known to law enforcement that Mr. Proudfoot, Chrissy Pissy Pants, Stepfoot, hated Sebastian and wanted him to die. This is known by law enforcement. This is known by the DCS. And because they have this child protective investigative team together. Proceedings in which Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in. You guys understand that there was proceedings that Sebastian was involved in and Sumner County participated in along with the CPIT team? We do understand that, right? So when we think about a cover-up, I think they're ripe for a cover-up, and I think this absolutely proves it because they already were involved in proceedings. Law enforcement knew Sebastian, and the detective assigned to the DCS cases, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office investigation into Sebastian Wainwright Rogers' disappearance was inadequate, negligent, and ultimately abandoned. Right? Ultimately abandoned. Why would an organization who has full knowledge of this abuse and full well knowledge of Sebastian's circumstances before this. Like, it's not like they came to the house that morning blind. This is alleging that they knew, right, of the situation because they have police that work hand in hand with child protective investigations. It's a team, it's a group effort. Hey, Barb. Hello, Lisa. Um, oh, not against. Okay, I see what you're saying, Seth. Yeah, these filings are, and thank you for that too, because I do want to remind people of that. So I know that. So Seth is suing CPS and the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, as I read in the first page. So not Chris and Katie, I think is what you're trying to say. That's not against those people, but it's going to bring out a lot of information. It's going to bring out a lot of information. And also, this is the truth. And this is the thing about the truth, is that you can't hide it. You can't say that it didn't happen now, Kathy Bauer Socks. You can't say that it didn't happen now, Katie Proudfoot. You can't say that it didn't happen now, Chris Proudfoot. Here it is. Here it is. Right? So everybody knew. It was well known. And I'm going to show you guys why I know that it was well known. Other than this is the filing. I have some research. So, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office investigation into Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance was inadequate, negligent, and ultimately abandoned. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office failed to secure the scene, number one. Failed to verify the stepfather's alibi, number two. Failed to investigate why surveillance cameras at the home were not working, number three. Okay, now I still want to focus on these three. We all know from the very beginning that they failed to secure the scene, right? Whether it's a crime scene or the scene of Sebastian's disappearance. When law enforcement comes to a home, other than these law enforcement officers, I will never give them that pass again. After seeing this information, they will never get that from me ever again. Never will I ever say they had no idea. They came to the scene. This house. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't come to that house for the first time. They had been in that house. They had known those people. They knew this shit for a long time. 2022, 2023, they knew. This wasn't a situation where there was unconscious bias, as I've said before, giving them the benefit of the doubt. You will never hear that from me again. You will never hear me give the benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve it. And it's insulting to my intelligence, and I'm certainly not going to insult your intelligence with that shit. It's never going to happen. They were fully aware of this house. Yet they failed to secure the scene. Failed to verify the stepfather's alibi. Failed. The man that says that he hated Sebastian and wanted him to die, they failed to secure his alibi. Why? Why would they do such a thing? Why would anybody in their right mind with that knowledge do such a thing? Are they involved? Is someone involved? Do they have knowledge of this? Because this seems like a big ass cover up. I can't even call it negligent because it's blatant. It is blatant from these readings. If we're reading these correctly, which it's plain English, it's not mumbo jumbo, it's not jargon, it's not in Latin. They failed to investigate why surveillance cameras at the home were not working. How many months have we spent talking about the cameras and why they weren't working, and were they jammed or were they hacked? Are they hardwired? Are they internet, Wi Fi? Are they motion sensor? Are they light sensor? What do they do? Do they continuously record? Or, I mean, come on, guys. Katie works for Brinks Home Security Systems, and for some reason, 2.5 years after Sebastian's disappearance, the mainstream media is finally catching up to that. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's like they look the other way until they have to admit it, and then they act shocked. Don't, save your shock for someone else. It's not going to work over here. I've watched it for too long. Now, they're also alleging that law enforcement scaled back the search for approximately 1 week, assigned only a single detective to the case, but that is true. Those two statements are true. The single and only detective is Brandon Carter, and that's who's had it from the very beginning. Okay, there was another Brandon listed on one of the flyers, and I've showed that here. But they also did a large scale search for the first 7 days, and on the 8th day, they said they were scaling back and moving it to the investigative side. It was Eric Craddock and Ken Widener, and they came out and said that, right? That they're dedicated to finding Sebastian, that they're the ones to do it, that they're leaving no stone left unturned, and that we don't know what we don't know. Bullshit, you knew it all the whole entire time, and you did nothing. You did nothing. Shame on you. Now, we've also got them saying here that they stopped communicating with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, approximately 18 months ago, and has held no press conferences since March of 24. Right? So at the beginning of April, the end of 24, right? And I'm only nitpicky because I know this case very well. But in my opinion, it was April 2nd when they did the last big press conference and they came out. It was Eric Craddock and Susan Nyland. And Susan Nyland wasn't anybody from the TBI in terms of an investigator or detective. No. She was their public relations officer. Guys, look her up. Susan Nyland, TBI, public relations officer. Is that what you would want for your kids? Because it certainly wouldn't be what I wanted for mine. I would never accept this bullshit. Not in a million years. And I won't accept it for Sebastian either. I will not. Unbelievable. So we have the jurisdiction and venue. This court has subject matter jurisdiction pursuant to 29 USC 1331 and 1343. Supplemental jurisdiction over state law claims exist under 28 USC 1367. Okay. Number 6 is that the venue is proper in this jurisdiction pursuant to the statute 28 USC. right? Because this district is a judicial district in which a substantial part of the events or omissions giving rise to these claims occurred, right? So, all that is saying is that the reason why they have chosen to file this in this jurisdiction, the paperwork in this jurisdiction, is because this is where the events occurred. And they use the words omissions. And omissions means that you're leaving things out, right? They're leaving things out, and they should not be. And guys, I cannot see chat right now. I am in the other window. I can go back and forth, but I'm mostly reading this. So I won't be able to see everybody's comments. I apologize. And mods, I appreciate you watching because I can't. Okay. So these omissions that are and have been from the very beginning used in this case are the reason for these claims, right? The events that have happened, and we know the events that have happened. A lot of these events unfolded in real time, right? Because this is the process, unfortunately, that people have to go through to build out a type of lawsuit like this. This does not happen overnight. This happens in a way that it does take some time to gain proof and evidence and instances of blatant negligence and disregard and indifference. It takes time. Unfortunately, it takes time. And so, again, the parties, and this is where we'll get into who exactly is being sued in this lawsuit. Seth Rogers is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' biological father, and he resides in Clarksville, Tennessee. He brings this action individually and as a father and next a friend of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And I also wanted to make sure that I read this because I did not put it in to the video, and I meant to put it in the video. And Witchy Mama sent this to me yesterday as we were looking over some of this as well. So just bear with me on that. Because it does explain the friend part, and I thought, oh, well, that makes more sense to me there. But I had done a lot of my research already, so I wanted to make sure. Okay, so according to the Chat GPT, so when you see a John Doe father and next a friend of Jane Doe on court papers, it means the father is acting for his child. Minors cannot file lawsuits by themselves. The next friend is a legal helper who steps in to file and manage the case for the child. The real plaintiff, the child, is the actual plaintiff. If the child wins money, it belongs to the child. The helper, the father, acts as a child's voice. He handles the paperwork and talks to the lawyers. The real plaintiff, excuse me, I'm sorry. This is just the other screenshot. The rules, the next friend, does not need to be an official court appointed guardian. He just needs to be an adult with no conflicts of interest, right? And so that is why you will see that verbiage in these papers. So I see a lot of that talk about this money and that money and what does this and that and this and who's he doing it for? Well, he's doing it for Sebastian. period, end of story. And if you can't understand that, I can't help you anymore than to read it from the computer. I didn't make it up. It's not my legal mumbo jumbo or jargon. This is what it is stated through the courts. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. Again, go suck a pencil. All right. So, parties. We've done that part. Oh, I'm sorry. Number 8, defendant. Sumner County, Tennessee is a municipal entity responsible for the operation of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and can be sued under Monell versus Department of Social Services. Now, this is one of the cases that set precedents that Betty was saying yesterday, right? That this um, this ruling could always set precedents. I'm not saying that it can't. There could be something within it that can. But she pointed out that because of Monell versus the Department of Social Services in 1978, that they have set precedences for constitutional violations resulting from its unofficial policies, customs, and practices. So obviously, there was an issue, and we will look that case up. And this is where I'm saying, guys, this is not a race. We are going to meticulously go through this paperwork so that it is known every piece of it. But I didn't want to go into that before I show you how it pertains to Sebastian. But this will be one of the um, cases that we will reference later on. And this is why Tennessee, Nick Embarrassed, if you're listening, this is why Tennessee will be held responsible. So maybe next time do your homework instead of just asking some random bum off the street. All right. Number 9. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is a law enforcement agency organized and existing under the laws of the state of Tennessee, operating within the serving Sumner County, within and serving Sumner County, Tennessee. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is a governmental entity responsible for providing law enforcement services, conducting criminal investigations, and responding to reports of missing persons within its territorial jurisdiction. At all times relevant to this complaint, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, through its agents, servants, employees, and officers acting within the course and the scope of their employment, was responsible for investigating the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and was subject to the duties, obligations, and standards imposed by the federal and excuse me, Tennessee law governing law enforcement conduct. Okay? So what this part is saying is that Sumner County is a governmental entity and it's responsible for protecting and serving. They have a duty to uphold. They have a duty to uphold within their community when they're coming to respond to a call like this, a missing person, whether they're pulling someone over, it doesn't matter. They always have to keep their what is the word? Integrity, right? Their honor about themselves. And they have to remember that they're not just willy nilly out there, they're representing Sumner County Sheriff's Office at all times, right? I mean, it is a great responsibility. Not a lot of people could do something like that, right? Because a lot of people like to have their work persona right? Get their work done during the week, and then on the weekends they like to go crazy and party and have a good time or do whatever they want to do. But they don't have a position where they're upholding justice. They don't have a position where they have a duty to uphold in a public persona that has to be consistent, right? It's not always like that in every job. In this job, it is, and I think that's what they're really trying to point out in this part of things. But they have certain obligations and standards that they're held to. And if you don't like that, then that's not the job for you. You can't just walk around and like the fact that you have a badge and that you're Mr. Billy Badass with a badge and you can do whatever the hell you want. You're not above the law. You're supposed to be upholding the law. It's shameful, it's disgraceful, and they will never ever get one more ounce of anything out of me. Not the benefit of the doubt, nothing. Number 10, the defendant, Sheriff Eric Craddock, is the duly elected sheriff of Sumner County. He is the final policymaker for the Sumner County Sheriff's Office with respect to law enforcement operations, including the investigation of missing persons cases. He is sued in both his official and individual capacities. So Eric Craddock is listed again, as I said before. The other defendant here is going to be defendant Detective Brandon Carter, is the sole detective assigned to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' missing persons investigation. Carter suggested a meeting with Rogers approximately 18 months ago. Rogers agreed to meet the following week, and Carter never responded or contacted Rogers again. That's Seth Rogers. That's Sebastian's father. That is Sebastian's father who is missing. And when there was a meetup that was suggested by Carter, Carter suggested a meeting with Seth Rogers, and that was approximately 18 months ago. And Seth, of course, agreed to meet the following week, and Carter never responded to or contacted Seth again. This is a common theme that we're going to see throughout this paperwork, is the lack of communication with Sebastian's father. It is so wrong. It is so wrong. Um Hold on, let me see. Somebody says that integrity is not required. I beg to differ. But I'm not here to argue that. What I'm here to stand up for is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Okay, so as I said before, Carter was supposed to meet with Seth, did not do that. So Carter is being sued in both of his official and individual capacities, right? Now, number 12, defendants John and Jane Doe's. Now, that's 1 through 10. Sumner County Sheriff's officers, supervisors, and officials whose identities are presently unknown, but who participated in or had supervisory responsibility over the investigation of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. Plaintiffs will amend this complaint to identify these defendants when their identities are ascertained. So, in other words, these defendants are being listed. They are not known yet. As soon as they are, they will be listed, right? So, again, we're going to see information come out. It's not going to be a floodgate of information. Not all of the information has been gathered. There is still going to be discovery. There is still going to be a whole process to this, right? Yeah, I sound like I just think that that's absolutely insane. Integrity is not required. That sounds like a dystopian. Yeah, and brainwashed. Yeah, I agree. If you don't if you don't demand integrity from the highest officials, then who would you demand it from? Because I don't demand that from a bum on the street. No offense. I demand that from a public official. I demand that out of an elected official. I demand that out of myself. So I'm very confused about that as well. But either way, that's not the topic of conversation particularly. I would really like you guys to pay attention to this. Because otherwise people are going to come and be like, well, I don't understand why this, and it's like, well, because we've already gone through that, but we were busy talking about whether somebody should or could or would have integrity. They should, they could, and they would if they put any effort in whatsoever, in my opinion. Read the Bible. It's all in there. I mean, it's not that hard. All right. So, um, these are the factual allegations. Now, I blew this part up because I want you guys to remember this. This is A number one, right? But there's A, B, C, D, right? A, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' history of abuse and vulnerability were known to law enforcement. Okay? Nothing hard about it. Is it shocking? Yes. Is it hard to wrap our mind around? I think so. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around it because I expect that these guys are going to do their job. I expect that they are going to do what's right, especially by a child. They knew. Detective Brandon Carter, Sheriff Eric Craddock, aka Snuggle Struggle, and I can prove it. I can prove it beyond this paperwork. Watch. I never write a check that my ass can't cash. They knew and they did nothing. And that is my look of disgust at you and all of your cronies and all of your nastiness and all of your ugliness. It is absolutely sickening. Somehow y'all are proud of yourselves though. Number 13, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is a minor child. He was 15 years old at the time of his disappearance, and Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was profoundly vulnerable child, requiring the highest level of investigative urgency. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, severe combined type ADHD, and a 6q27 chromosome deletion syndrome. He had an individualized education plan, an IEP, right? Which we've heard that before. Um, and that is something that they do for children, obviously, on the spectrum and otherwise. Everybody learns differently, right? And so when you have this, they're going to make some accommodations for you. And we've talked about that at length. But again, it's important to listen again because of how everything kind of fits it all fits together. It all fits together. Excuse me. And a section 504 plan requiring his school to provide him with accommodations because he was a student with disabilities. So these things are well known about Sebastian. That is no mistake at all. There's no mistaking that at all. Excuse me. Not one little bit is that mistaking anything. Everybody knew this. Everybody knew Sebastian was vulnerable. Everyone knew that he needed extra help at school. It's not a terribly big deal But when we look at it here, it makes all the difference in the world, in my opinion, right? So Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was in a behavioral program at his school. He received therapy 3 times per week through mental health cooperative, was on Concerta. Now, on Concerta, when somebody says in this paperwork, Sebastian was on Concerta, that means that that is one of the medications that he was taking. Okay. That medication is for ADHD, and I've looked it up and I have a little bit of research to show you guys on that. So he also saw a neurologist at Vanderbilt and was scheduled to begin ABA therapy at the time of his disappearance. His therapist reported that as a consequence of prior SA, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was, quote, sometimes sexually aggressive and suffered from frequent bathroom accidents. Law enforcement reported that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had some homicidal thoughts. And these are, again, all things that were well known about Sebastian. So for law enforcement to say that they didn't know anything about any of this is a crock of crap. Now, would Joe Blow beat cop know about this? No. I'm not saying he would. But what I'm saying is these people that were that are listed in this lawsuit, they knew. They had to have known. And there's more people involved as well that knew. So, yeah, Mr. Chris. Yeah, well, listen here, Mr. Chris. You know, it is. It's very strong. I can't even believe they said it's for 6 and above, and I was surprised about that. Trishy, it just breaks my heart for him. It's maddening to me. This is such an injustice, and anybody that thinks otherwise is a total buffoon. All right. So Sebastian was receiving a lot of help for his different abilities, for things that he needed to work on. We all have things to work on, which I'm glad that he was getting help for those things, but it was not good enough because he's living with a monster that doesn't want him to live anymore and hates him. That's the whole problem that we have here. Nobody will flourish in that type of environment. Nobody, not even a freaking house plant. Before Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had direct knowledge of and involvement in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' situation through its participation in the DCS Child Protective Investigative Team, CPIT. I'm going to read that again. Before Sebastian's disappearance, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had direct knowledge of and involvement in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' situation through its participation in the DCS Child Protective Investigative Team, CPIT. The CPIT included the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Juvenile Office, Ashley's Place Advocacy Center, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith, and on November 3rd, 2022, and again in May 2023, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in CPIT proceedings, which is a court proceeding, regarding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers DCS cases, and a detective was assigned to the case through CPIT. Does anybody have any questions? I mean, NorCal, NorCal. When I hear this shit all over being flung at the wall, oh, let's see if this will stick. Let's see if this sticks. Let's see if this will. No, no. This wasn't like, oh, okay, we have this issue at Stafford Court. Okay, well, it's two military parents, you know, they're dealing with an autistic child. He's got ADHD. It's hard to deal with him, right? He's got a rare chromosome deletion. They want the best for their son. No, that's not what we're dealing with. Not in the slightest. We are dealing with people who knew directly for years. November 3rd, 2022, May 2023. So they're aware of the fall of 2022 incident, aren't they? That we all knew about, right? Because we knew this started in the fall of 2022. Well, there's our timeline date, November 3rd, 2022. They've known about it, guys, not for a week before, not for a month before, but for years before. And Rosebud, they knew everything. They knew everything. And they did nothing. They did nothing. Mr. Deer in the Headlights, Sheriff Craddock, Ken Widener getting up there giving us all that bullshit song and dance about, well, I'm looking into autistic children. No, you're not. You lying sack of shit. They all make me sick. I am disgusted at each and every one of them, and I hope he becomes one of those John Does, because I think he deserves to be one of them. Yeah, that's you, Ken Widener, emergency management systems, or whatever the fudge you call yourself. You're a disgrace. You are a disgrace. And anybody that says any different is just like you. There's no other excuse for it. Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith, Ashley's Place Advocacy Center, the juvenile court system. Do you guys understand that the juvenile court system is who DCS is run by, affiliated with? Ashley's Place Advocacy Center? We're going to look into that tonight too. All of these people, and none of them came forward with any information besides one nurse. One nurse. That's it. Out of all of these people, it is utterly disgusting. It's grotesque. It is the most disgusting crap I have seen in a long time. I can't say it's what I've ever seen, but it's what I've seen in a long time. And Sebastian is still missing. So, there was proceedings around these times that the CPIT, law enforcement, and a detective was assigned to Sebastian. A detective was assigned to Sebastian 2022 and 2023. Unbelievable. And I agree, Love Mama Love, that sticks out to me in my head and I can't get it out. It kept me up. It kept me up. I would still like to know why his doorknob was off his bedroom door, says Love Mama Love. And when was it removed? More suspicious behavior by step jerk and mother. Yeah, I'll say it's his privacy that they're removing off of his door. That's his protection, probably, from that crazy asshole. If I had a lunatic trying to sock me in the stomach and I'm taking medications that cause stomach upset, I might lock my door from that psycho too. But Sebastian didn't have a chance to do it, did he? Hey, Debbie says what? Now, number 16 says through the CPIT proceedings, right, and DCS records, law enforcement knew or should have known the following about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And we're going to go to A, which is that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And also, I wanted to tell Jennifer Koffendorfer, this is not an outline. This is not an outline. This is called paperwork, court documents. I'm surprised you've never seen a court document. This is not an outline. Oh, I saw some sort of outline when Seth asked her, did she read the paper? Did she even read the paperwork? I was sicker than a dog and I had the wherewithal to listen to it. And I certainly have enough sense in my damn head to understand that this is not an outline. This is the paperwork that was filed on Sebastian's behalf. Get with the program, because you look like a damn fool, in my opinion. Seth, you did great. That woman's a fool. I'd have done it for my kid too. But this is not a fucking outline. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, A, had been sexually abused by a peer in California over a period of weeks, which included the worst kinds of horrible, the very definition, I will say, of being violated and raped. You can figure out where the blur goes. B, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was afraid of his stepfather, Chris Proudfoot. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was afraid of his stepfather, Christopher Proudfoot, and feared him because of being, quote, hurt. There's the quote again. Those are Sebastian's words, because he was afraid of being hurt if his stepfather found out about the essay. He was afraid to be hurt if his stepfather found out about the SA. What did Chris Proudfoot tell everybody in the beginning when Sebastian first went missing? That if we knew, we would never look for him? Or were you afraid that we'd start looking for you? C, Proudfoot admitted to DCS that he, quote, whacked. That's his quote now. Now we're to Chris Proudfoot's quote, and that's a DCS quote, and it's he, quote, whacked Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers in the belly. D, the neighbors reported that Proudfoot, quote, hated the child and wanted the child to die, end quote. E, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' grandmother reported the stepfather, quote, often called Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers names and would degrade him, end quote. That is from Robin Rogers, Sebastian's grandmother. And she said, quote, often called Sebastian names and would degrade him, end quote. Anybody that sticks up for this is an evil person, in my opinion. F, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' therapist reported he was, quote, being aggressive sexually, and law enforcement itself reported he had some homicidal thoughts. Now, again, I think for context, I believe that was when Sebastian was seeing the therapist after the essay in California. That's to the best of my knowledge and understanding. And again, if I have something wrong, I'll be sure to correct it. I cannot blame him. And I think anybody that has ever been in a traumatic situation, you do have angry thoughts because you have been through a significant amount of trauma and you're also working through a lot of feelings. It's absolutely not Sebastian's fault. And again, it doesn't make me want to stop looking for him. It makes me want to seek justice for him. So again, you're wrong, Proudfoot. When you're wrong, you are so wrong. Oh my god. Jules. Oh no. I'm scared. I'm scaring the dogs. Oh Lord. I'm sorry. I am just so unbelievably upset about this. I mean, for Sebastian to have endured this and had to go through this is unbelievable that they left him like this for years and years and nobody notified Seth. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. DCS determined that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was, quote, at serious risk of, or excuse me, was, quote, at serious or imminent risk of removal from Proudfoot's home, end quote. That's a direct quote from DCS now. That Sebastian was at serious or imminent risk of removal. And now that's under Title 4E candidacy program. And again, we're going to get into all of this after we read through it. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had multiple diagnosed disabilities, including autism, ADHD, and a chromosomal deletion. And Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had never left the home alone before, right? Like that includes his father's house. So just to put that into context, he had never left the home alone before. Never left Seth's house before by himself, never left Chris and Katie's house alone by himself, like never ran away before. Shadow, it's just unbelievable and good to see you. I mean, and it's all the things that people were saying were lies. It's all the things that people were saying that, you know, weren't true. It's the stuff that law enforcement was trying to pass off like it wasn't true either. You know? I know, NorCal SoGal, it is very concerning to me as well. NorCal says Title IV is probably the most concerning to me that they did not alert his father. Right, because what if that's the case this whole entire time? There's still an open CPS report. So could they have taken him and put him somewhere? Right? The only way that they can get referrals to these schools is through DCS. They're not getting approval from anybody. They're doing as they damn well please. Hey, Poppy Love. And blaming Sebastian, a child, and a victim. It's disgusting. It is the most vile crap. And like I said, any of these people out there that are doing that, any of these people that are still trying to stick up for Chris or Katie, that ship has sailed. You sound like an absolute fool if you're continuing on down that path. And that's fine. You do whatever you need to do. I'm not here to tell you what to do, what to think, where to be, who to stick up for. But I just think it's really shitty that there's even anybody that's not taking a step back and saying, wow, poor Sebastian. It is disgusting. All right. So I think this is where we get into the Concerta. All right, Concerta is some pretty strong, heavy stuff, right? It's akin to like Ritalin, which is a very well known, um, it's a very well known um, ADHD medicine. Now, this one in particular is what Sebastian was taking. So, methylphenidate extended release is a prescription central nervous system stimulant used to treat ADHD. It works by increasing dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain. Taken once daily, its OROS delivery system releases the medication gradually up to 12 hours of symptom control, right? So he would possibly be taking this in the morning, in my opinion, because that way it kind of goes on during the day, excuse me, as a time release. Because if you take it at night, since it's a stimulant, it's going to keep you awake, is my guess. But he could have taken it before bed. I'm not sure what his schedule was for that. Key details and cost. Obviously, this is just like a generic rundown. It's usually prescribed in 18 milligrams, 27 milligrams, 36, 54, or 72. Holy moly. It must be swallowed whole and not crushed or chewed. And maybe that's why. They do have the dosages like they do, because it'd just be one. And then, you know, it would go on from there. You wouldn't be able to like do a half, right? Um, Cost and coverage, brand name and generics. So I just kind of want to give you guys this because we know how much of a tight ass Chris is. Savings program. The manufacturer offers a savings program that may help eligible parents, right? So it could cost from, about $4 a prescription. Um, so fairly inexpensive, but just adding to the cost. I wanted to go over these side effects, especially because Mr. Proudfoot, Hey Bluegrass, wanted to hit Sebastian in the stomach. And when he did that, I saw what type of medication Concerta Sebastian was on, and I looked at the side effects. I can't help but wonder if he was even, to be more mean, hit him in the stomach for this reason, because a common side effects is decreased appetite, insomnia, headache, stomach ache, and dry mouth, right? Safety warnings: because it's a stimulant, it carries risks for abuse, misuse, and addiction, and is classified as a Schedule II controlled substance. It should not be used by individuals with severe heart problems, high blood pressure, glaucoma, or severe anxiety. And you should seek immediate medical attention if you experience severe mood changes, chest pain, or fainting, right? And you definitely should never chew up this medication. So that was something I wanted to bring to you guys' attention as well, just in terms of his medications as we read a little bit more through here. So, number 17. This information was critical context for any investigation into Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. It pointed directly at the household as the primary focus of the investigation. Okay? It pointed directly at the household as the primary focus of investigation, and at Chris Proudfoot as a person of significant interest. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office failure to treat this information with appropriate urgency constitutes deliberate indifference, right? Because everybody knew that Chris Proudfoot was beating Sebastian. Everybody knew that Sebastian was being verbally assaulted, mentally abused, and again, they did nothing. They did nothing. So, the real Trishy says extended release versions cannot be crushed because it's the coating of the capsule or the tablet that slows the release over time. Oh, thank you very much, Trishy. Is it like one of the ones that has like the little they're like they're like little balls that are in like the capsule? Because I've also heard of that too. I had a friend that would take like a time release, but it was Adderall, not this brand, I should say. Because this one said it was a kid to Ritalin, and so I was like, okay. Um, but that's probably why they're doing the different doses, like in terms of where you can get them in such a wide variety of doses, if that makes sense. Um, so, um, We Are Sebastian's Army says try reading this after having to get an attorney after hearing the step monster admit on a live stream that DCS had been at the house more than once before Sebastian went missing. Yeah, I mean that's what we're reading here right now, and it's I can't say that it's as eye opening as in shocking because it's been what we've been talking about for so long, but there's been such a high amount of gaslighting um, that it's just unbelievable. And he's been failed so many times, NorCal. And that's the big thing too, And thank you, Jules. Yeah, if you guys are here to troll, we don't put up with that around here. You dark triads, go find somewhere else to distract the conversation. There's plenty of live streams that don't matter in the grand scheme of things, but this live stream matters because this is about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He's a missing human being, and he's been missing for 2.5 years. Hey, Miss Anne, good to see you, honey. Hey, Gabby missed, so okay. Um, so Gabby says can't CP can't hide his disdain for Sebastian. That's why my eyes have always been on him. Well, he just couldn't he couldn't handle it, could he, Gabby? I mean, just the way that he talks about him, even if he's not saying something hateful, it's mean spirited. That's the way I've always heard him act, and it's sad because Sebastian didn't deserve to be treated that way. Sebastian's a kid, you know, but you're right. He's never been able to hide that. He's always put it out there. So, um, again, blatantly, it's not like, oh my gosh, we would never see this coming, you know. So, um, Seth, I somehow knew that was you, but I was like, I don't know. I saw, I saw the one with the emojis. Quit trying to make me laugh. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm fuming mad tonight. So it's about to be on. No, it's just because once we get in deeper, guys, you're gonna understand a little bit more if you haven't watched this video. Now, if you watch the video, you kind of know where we're going with all this. um, but it's at a much higher level. Um, that part I find to be more shocking. Not that it wasn't on my radar already, right? Like Gabby's saying, like she kind of knew Chris was messed up from the beginning, and I kind of knew that that's how things were in Sumner County. Obviously, I was there, I witnessed it, right? But it's still to me, it's shocking because they're supposed to uphold the letter of the law. They're supposed to do the right thing. They're supposed to uphold justice, and we're supposed to say, "Thank you. You guys are our heroes. If it wasn't for your us, our law enforcement officers, you know, where would we be?" Right? They're the ones that are doing the right thing and making sure it's done. Here, we're not seeing that, guys. Don't hold your breath because I've tried and tried with them, and I won't do it anymore. That ship has long sailed away, right? So also, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance and Sumner County's initial response. So, um, number 18, on February 26th, 2024, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' mother, Katie Proudfoot, reported that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, quote, left the house, left the home on his own, and his whereabouts are unknown, end quote. And that, quote, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has never left the home before alone, end quote. Given Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' neurodivergence, his developmental disabilities, and the documented history of abuse in the home, this report should have triggered the most intensive investigation response possible. And I also want to add to that it should have already been known that this household was having major issues, and therefore, because of all of that knowledge and that for the last 2 years, right? Since November 3rd of 2022, they should have taken those two immediately to the police station for questioning. And it seems that they have failed to do so. Now that remains to be seen. We'll see. They haven't talked about any of that in here yet. Now, this program is also known as the Family First Prevention Services Act, FFPSA. Family First Prevention Services Act provides funding for time limited prevention services, including mental health, substance abuse, and in home parent skill based programs for children who are candidates for foster care and their parents and caregiving kin. But what about Seth? Where is Seth in all of that? Because he was never notified, right? And then Katie also said, quote, I don't know why. I don't know why he I don't know why he walked out that door. That's what Katie said. Also, I would have liked to have seen that quote in there, but that's okay. That it's not that it's not. But I would have liked to have seen it. Okay. Did Detective Carter deliberately neglect to properly question people of interest? Is my question. Did Detective Brandon Carter, who is being sued now in his individual and professional capacity, neglect to properly question people of interest? That's Katie Proudfoot. That's you, Katie Proudfoot. And yes, I think this is how you should have been questioned, Katie, because the truth has no agenda. The truth is the truth is the truth, and it doesn't change, Katie. It doesn't change just because you watch somebody's podcast. It doesn't change because you become aware that somebody caught you on camera, Katie. It doesn't change. It stays the same. Ava, good to see you. It's unbelievable. And then we got Chris Proudfoot, or has how we call him over here is Stepfoot, who is named as the primary focus and person of significant interest. And why would he be that? Well, again, I would have to point back to his statements to neighbors. And there were some other statements that were made by neighbors. And again, I have to just say that this is alleged because I wasn't there and I didn't talk to any of these neighbors. But it was also alleged by the neighbors that Katie was given an ultimatum by Chris Proudfoot. And that ultimatum was, it's either him or me. I can tell you with 100% certainty, if a man ever tried to tell me that, his ass would be out the door quicker than anybody. And that goes for her own father too. It's either you or my daughter. I'll pick my daughter all day, every day. There's no two ways. There's nothing to think about. Sorry. Kick rocks. Goodbye. You are not welcome here. How dare you? His bags would have been packed outside the door that night. Either that or my bags would be packed and my child would be gone with me. I mean, Lori, I just can't. I don't understand where these women are coming off like this. It's either him or me. You've got to be kidding me. Sebastian's not a cat, Chris. And that's not a slight or anything against people's animals, because I know. But I mean, they're not an animal. And then you're like, oh, well, just choose. I mean, what was it? Either you're gone or he is? Like, what exactly does that comment mean? Maybe Chris can enlighten some of us on that. Maybe he can make that crystal clear, because I'd love to know. Lover Girl says, Katie is pathetic excuse for a mother. Sebastian deserves much better than her. Lover Girl, I really refrained from the longest time from making those types of comments myself. I've said them here and there when something has come out. But, even I can remember even on Mother's Day, I was like, I don't want to badmouth another mom. But I was wrong. Because Katie is pathetic. And she's not a mom. That is not a mother that allows for her child to be abused over and over and over again, and she does nothing. Instead, he was allowed to leave town, says Poppy Love. Instead, he was allowed to leave town along with every other thing they allowed, and didn't make any sense. What we wanted to believe they kept close to the vest. Well, and see, that's the thing. I was making that excuse as well. It was like, well, they're not going to tell us everything. I'm learning from Devlin's case. Okay, this is how law enforcement is. It's an open and ongoing investigation. We have to respect that. All of these things. This is a totally different case. It's a totally different situation. Look at where we are. NorCal SoGal says, when this case goes to trial, I hope KP and CP go up on the stand and are grilled and barbecued royally over Sebastian and Faith, and hopefully cameras are allowed in the courtroom. I sure hope so, NorCal SoGal. Those are some of the things I've thought about as well. And, I want their feet to be held to the fire. I want them to be held accountable. I think that they should be called in as witnesses. And I think that that would be the most promising part of this too, right? Because up until now, they've been allowed to skirt accountability because Sumner County Sheriff's Office is covering it up for them. And they're not the only ones. We're talking the DAs, district attorneys, district attorneys. Hello, SI officer. Good to see you. You know, he'd be gone. He'd be gone. He wouldn't even be able to get the last freaking word out of his mouth. He would say Sebastian and I would say bye. I mean, it, it's it's not even a question. Like I said, it's a no-brainer. This fucking baby girl, get the fuck out of here. Disgusting pig. On or about February 27th, 2024, an Amber Alert was issued by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, TBI. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office initiated a search that, at the beginning, involved significant resources, including community volunteers and search teams. However, the initial response was the initial response was marred by critical failures. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office failed to secure the Proudfoot's home and allowed reporters and family members, including Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' biological father, Seth Rogers, to enter the home before it was properly processed as a crime scene. So everybody and their mama, Kathy Bauer Socks, was parlaying up in Sebastian Rogers' house with not a care in the world. People are using the bathroom. They're in there hopefully washing their hands, but they are doing everything to contaminate that crime scene. How many people walked into Sebastian's room? How many people touched any of the things in his room? How many people were sitting and laying up on the couch that Katie said she was laying up on the night that Sebastian went missing? None of it was preserved. And it should have been. That is an improper, incomplete, and piss poor investigation. And this proves it. Right here. Here's your proof. Kathy. Now, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office failed to secure that Proudfoot home and allowed reporters and family members, including Seth, to enter the home before it was properly processed as a crime scene. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office failed to verify Proudfoot's alibi, that he was approximately 3 hours away, and that is at the time of Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. So the failure to secure an alibi, to verify an alibi for Chris Proudfoot is unbelievable. Unbelievable. There is no excuse for that. If Seth has to have an alibi, then why doesn't Chris have to have one? If Seth is at work at the jail, then that's a pretty damn rock solid alibi, in my opinion. And I also need to clip the live where Seth came up on the panel and discussed his work and what it actually entails for him to even get into the area in which he is to perform his job duties. Because I don't think that people fully understand that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a debate. And that's fine. It's nothing to debate back and forth if you have good points and if there's some meat to an argument. But there's nothing here. You have nothing besides what you're making up in your delusional little heads because you want to get an ass pat. 21 says, additionally, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office failed to investigate why the surveillance cameras at the Proudfoot's home were reportedly not working on the day of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' disappearance. The fact that the cameras were offline and that there was no investigation as to why and when the cameras were not functioning should have been a significant cause of suspicion and point of thorough investigation because upon information and belief, Katie Proudfoot installs and operates security cameras for a living because she works for Briggs Home Security, right? Rosebud. They're just parlaying up in there. Like it's like nothing. Like it's like when does the party start, right? Or waiting for the Super Bowl to start. I mean, it's crazy. I'm that's what I'm picturing in my head is like Lori and Katie and fucking Bowersock's mom in there. Just hanging out, colossal popcorn tooth on the way. This isn't a party. This child's missing. You guys all knew about it. Every single one of you. Every single one of you knew before it happened, in my opinion. And this completely changed the way I view this whole entire thing right here. And I've said that as information comes out, we have to follow the facts. And the fact of the matter is they were just all up in there hanging out like it was nothing. Like it wasn't just a child who went missing. All right. Sumner County Sheriff's Office abandonment of the investigation. Number 22. After approximately 1 week, the sheriff's office scaled back its physical search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and shifted to what is characterized as the quote investigative side. I don't know what that means. I've never ever heard anybody do that. Not that they don't go to the investigative side, but the investigative side starts when the minute that you go there, right? The first 48 is the most crucial. We all know that. Only one detective, Detective Brandon Carter, a rookie, was assigned to the case. Guys, he's never solved a case before. Why did he get the privilege of taking on Sebastian's case? You know? Um, Seth says, Holly, he was working in Memphis, but his trailer was located in Mississippi. Yeah. And that's why I thought originally that the FBI would take over because of that, because of the interstate travel. And Seth says, or write in my name and see what happens. Call for a public count afterwards. Just see how the vote really is. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, they said that you can fill out an application, which I found just so weird. Um, Also, they gave the case to one detective, and Brandon Carter was assigned to the case, and he is also being sued in his professional and individual capacity. 23. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office held a singular press conference in and around April 3rd of 2024. No public dates were provided. No reward was offered. No additional resources were deployed. Law enforcement stopped searching for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I believe that wholeheartedly. What other searches did we see after that? We didn't. We didn't see any. Not one. Rogers attempted to stay in contact with Carter and to provide information from the public, including tips he received through his own outreach efforts. Carter failed to follow up on these tips Rogers provided. Okay? So we all know that Detective Carter is not an easy person to get a hold of at all. At all. He just goes about his business and does like he wants to and as he pleases. Um, he just does. That's what he has done from the very beginning. He hasn't even come out and said more than a peep, not even a peep. We've never seen him come out and address Sebastian's case ever. He wasn't even standing in the background while Eric Craddock talked. Don't forget, at the day 4 press conference, it was Sheriff Snuggle Struggles, Eric Craddock, named in the paperwork. We also had Ken Widener. We also had Susan Nyland, like I said, public relations, not a detective, for TBI, and Mayor of Munchkinville, Mayor Isbell, right? But no Brandon Carter. He was not there. He was not there. Number 25. One such important tip that upon information and belief was not presumed came from one of the nurses that cared for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers at his doctor's office. Upon information and belief, this nurse reported that on Friday, February 23rd, 2024, Katie preemptively Katie. Now, I heard people saying that Chris was the one that um, allegedly called and canceled Sebastian's appointment. That is not true. In this paperwork, we can see that Katie is the one, because this is all an eyewitness reported. It was a nurse that reported that on Friday, February 23rd, 2024, Katie preemptively canceled Sebastian's doctor's appointment that was scheduled for the following week, just a day or so after his disappearance. The nurse stated that this was uncommon and, in hindsight, concerning, right? So, this nurse, just to kind of put it into perspective from what we're reading here, this nurse is thinking back to herself like, oh my God, Katie called on Friday and Sebastian went missing on Sunday, and she canceled his appointment, and she didn't reschedule this appointment, and then he goes missing. So she says, wow, that's concerning, right? In hindsight, it's concerning, as Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was always present for his appointments, which were frequent and ongoing, right? As we know, Sebastian was going to therapy 3 times a week at the time of his disappearance, about to start some ABA therapies, and was already involved, had his IEPs set up, had other things set up, but one of the things was the counseling. Again, highly concerning. Approximately 18 months before the date of this complaint, Carter suggested meeting with Rogers. Rogers agreed and proposed meeting the following week. Carter never responded. No further communication from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office has been received by Rogers, which is Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. The TBI also told Seth Rogers they would call him back, but never did. What in the world? Would anybody like to be treated this way if it was your child? I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to see my child's child be treated this way. I wouldn't want my best friend's child treated this way, or my sister, or my brother, or anybody in my family. I wouldn't want to see my neighbors treated this way. Yet here we are, seeing Seth be treated this way, and above all, seeing Sebastian being treated this way. And if it wasn't for Seth, Sebastian would be falling behind the wayside, because TBI can't call anybody back. Detective Carter can't call anybody back. And I use that very loosely. You're lucky. Because to me, you're just Brandon. Fuck you, Brandon. Despicable, disgraceful, shameless, heartless bastards. This 18-month communication blackout, during which a disabled child remained missing and unaccounted for, is itself evidence of deliberate indifference. That's the matter at hand, guys. Deliberate indifference. They don't care. Number 28, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' case was not allocated the resources or attention it deserved. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was assigned one detective. Law enforcement had a single press conference. They made no request for the FBI involvement, deployed no advanced forensics. Worse yet, law enforcement refused to accept leads from the public, much less to follow up with them, and they completely abandoned all communication with Seth Rogers, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' father. Right? So that's a major issue in and of itself, right? Because again, no one should ever have to deal with this. No forensics in the home. They knew the entire time. And let me remind you guys who maybe are just coming into this, they knew about the 2022 incidents and the 2023 incidents and so on and so forth prior to Sebastian's going missing. And again, I'm going to show you. They knew about it. They did nothing. And they still just let Chris and Katie walk. Do you guys remember Eric Craddock coming out and saying, I can't imagine what those parents must be feeling like? I can't imagine what those parents must be feeling like. I always thought that was so odd that he would make that statement. In my opinion, it's because they're in cahoots. They must have already known that this was going to happen, that they were going to either send Sebastian away or something more heinous, in my opinion. Number 29, Tennessee ranks 7th nationally in missing persons cases with 991 active cases as of the mid 2025 and 924 unresolved cases in the NamUs database as of January of 25. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office, their failure are not isolated, but reflect systematic deficiencies in how Tennessee law enforcement handles missing person cases. Now, that's obvious. Were they at Stafford? Well, see, and I was wondering that too, NorCal. They were at Stafford, to the best of my knowledge, in 2022 at the time of this, right? Because they closed on the house in September. And then I think they moved in a couple weeks after closing, is the best of my knowledge. So it would have been all at Stafford Court, all of these reports that we're talking about. So, yes. And Trishy, drop your link for your channel because we have a good amount of people in here. So drop your link, girl. Most definitely. Okay, so let's get into a breakdown because we have unlocked a new character and her name is Jenny Smith. Jenny from the Sumner County block, assistant DA, district attorney. Okay. This is Jennifer Smith. Now, I told AI, I said, give me everything you know on Jennifer Smith. She's an ADA in Tennessee, right? Which is an assistant district attorney. This is what it pulled up. It says Jenny Smith is an experienced Tennessee trial lawyer and prosecutor. While she built a prominent reputation serving as an assistant district attorney in Sumner County, she has transitioned to a new prosecutorial district. And we're going to get into that, right? Current position in May of 2025, Jenny Smith transitioned to the 22nd Judicial District Attorney's Office, taking an oath administered by the Circuit Judge Russ Parks. She is based out of the Gillies County office under District Attorney Brent Cooper, right? So she's under another District Attorney Brent Cooper in the 22nd Judicial District. Okay, that happened in May of 2025. Sebastian went missing February 5th, 2024, and was reported by his mother on the 26th of February, 2024. Sumner and Davidson County tenure. Prior to this move, she spent years serving as a prosecutor in both Sumner County and Davidson County. Her education. She is originally a native of Ohio and graduated from the University of Dayton School of Law in 2004. She has been licensed to practice law in Tennessee since 2005. Right, guys? This is not no newbie. Oh my gosh, I'm fresh out of law school. I don't know my shit, which that would be hard because you have to pass a bar exam. There is no excuses for this bitch, and I'm about to tell you right now, I'm not pleased with any of it. This is not going to be pleasant. But what Sebastian endured wasn't pleasant either, and he didn't deserve none of it. So I don't care who I offend, who I might hurt your feelings, or what. It doesn't really matter to me. I am so disgusted and utterly sickened by this awful display. This is a higher ranking official, and just wait till you guys hear what some of the crap that she has said to the public to make them think that she actually gives a shit. It's maddening. Master manipulator is what this one is right here. Jenny Smith. And I love how they do that too. And we talked about that. In Sumner County, for some reason, they want to give you a little cutesy nickname so they can use that, and the public thinks that everything's so hunky fucking dory. And it's anything but. It's anything but. Prominent public advocacy in Sumner County. This is Jenny Smith. During her time with the Sumner County District Attorney's Office, Smith was notably vocal about the evolution of crime in the region. In a widely cited 2023 public report by local news station WKRN, she sounded the alarm on a sharp uptick in aggressive juvenile crime. She specifically highlighted public safety concerns regarding digital and violent offenses, noting that cases involving child sex abuse material, sextortion, and juvenile car thefts were becoming increasingly severe and violent as Sumner County experienced rapid population growth. So again, it's never Sumner County. It's all the people coming into their county causing all of these problems. You know? Lori, it's at the highest level of corruption. It's like we always thought the whole time, but we're all second guessing ourselves because many of us are good people and we want to back the blue. We're not trying to go against law enforcement. That's not a good position or a fun position to be in. In my opinion, I hate that. I hate having to do this. This is very scary and concerning and upsetting. And I feel sorry for the people that I know and care about that live in this area. Because this is so horrible. And it's not their fault. It's not anybody's fault besides these people that are perpetuating this baloney. It's not okay. I feel so bad for the people that live there because it's not their fault. They just have to sit here and grin and bear it. Well, not anymore because Seth has taken a stand. He's taken a stand for a lot of people, not just for Sebastian, in my opinion. And I'm going to pull that news clip up too, guys. Uh, During her tenure as the assistant district attorney, ADA, in Sumner County, Tennessee, and it's funny too, Jenny, your work is not done. Your work is not done, Jenny. So where'd you go? Why'd you leave your tenured position so quickly, Jenny? Why are you running away, Jenny? Jenny, come back. You know? Jenny! For real. The hell is your problem? Are you for real? Because you just done run away, and here's Mr. District Attorney Ray Whitley, and he just up and retired. Seems like all you people are running away. Why are you so scared? What, you think that you've conquered the problem in Sumner County? I don't think so, ma'am. I think you caused a lot of problems and you didn't fix shit. And then you ran away. So Jennifer Jenny Smith built a reputation as a fierce, yeah, more like weak, vocal prosecutor under District Attorney Ray Whitley. General, my ass. Kiss my butt, Ray Whitley. Operating primarily out of the 18th Judicial District. Her time in the her time in Sumner County was defined by handling severe felony crimes, prosecuting sensitive juvenile slash special victims cases, and advocating for public policy changes. You're one of the ones that was named in this lawsuit, Jenny, as having knowledge of what Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was going through. Jenny, I don't want to hear about these core pillars, but this is what AI brought up. The core pillars of her tenure in Sumner County include: 1. High profile felony trials. Smith spearheaded prosecutions for some of the county's most severe and violent crimes, often securing maximum penalties against violent offenders. So why didn't you get Chris Proudfoot when you had the chance, Jenny? Crickets. Crickets. No, NorCal, you shouldn't though, because it's a very nice area and it's very inviting until you know what is really going on. You know? Then it's like, oh my God. I mean, it is. It's a beautiful area with beautiful people. It's awful. It's awful that these people are able to smile in your face and then do the exact wrong thing. It's awful. And they're all getting exposed. Now, this is the state of Tennessee versus Corey Denzel Williams. Smith, severe, excuse me, Smith severed as, Smith served, whoa, that's too many S's. Smith served as a lead prosecutor in this highly publicized tragic case. In 2018, Williams shot his 22-year-old wife multiple times in broad daylight on a Gallatin street while two toddlers watched from the back seat of the car. In court, Smith passionately condemned his total, quote, disregard for another life within that neighborhood, end quote. She successfully secured a conviction for first-degree premeditated murder, ensuring Williams was sentenced to life in prison without parole. but she didn't stick up for Sebastian. Why is that, Jenny? Is that because you believed what the Proudfoots told you about him? Or what? Why is it that you've secured all of this for another case, but you can't put your same investigative hat on when it comes to Sebastian or what he needed or what was best for him? Do you think it's all right, Jenny, that Chris Proudfoot said that he didn't want that child to be alive anymore and that he hated him? Because I don't think that's all right. You should be ashamed of yourself. No wonder you ran away. Special victims in exploitation cases. Smith regularly managed the state's response to internet crimes and the exploitation of minors. A notable example includes the state of Tennessee versus Douglas McRichmond, where she prosecuted a defendant who pled guilty to 9 counts of sexual exploitation of a minor by electronic means, resulting in a strict 16-year sentence. She also handled cases involving positions of trust, such as statutory rape prosecution in the state of Tennessee versus Benjamin N. Widrick, or Wydrick. Either way, he's a piece of crap, right? So this is what she has done for special victims, but she overlooked Sebastian Rogers. Why is that? Well, you're not going to get away with it this time, Jenny. Campaigning against violent juvenile crime. As Sumner County experienced rapid population growth, Smith became the public face of the DA's office. In tackling a spike in juvenile-related offenses in March of 23, public address featured by WKRN News, she sounded the alarm in the changing landscape of local crime. Okay, so this is what makes me truly believe that Jenny, right, knows right from wrong. She was the spokesperson, excuse me, most likely for Ray Whitley, and she still has failed to do her job properly and with the same gusto as she did with these other cases as it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case, which is absolutely unacceptable, and it's not going to fly here. That's for sure. It might fly there, not going to fly here. All right, so I'm going to show you guys this this news story that I found also, because I think it's a good segue for it, and I need to warm my coffee up and get a cough drop. So let's do this. I got it. I believe I got it. I got it. Okay, so let me bring this over and do a switcheroo on here. Now this video is going to be dated for oh, hold on, sorry. I don't want to download it now. Okay. This is from March 9th of 2023. And this is Juvenile Crime in Sumner County is the title of it. And give me a second here. I just want to skip this ad over and pause it so we have that. Okay. And this is full credit to Channel 2 News, Nashville. Here we go. Hey, Justice for Noog. All right. And there we are. Okay, good. You guys can see that full screen.
News 2 tracks crime in your community. Sumner County is growing fast, but with that growth comes unwanted problems, including juvenile crime. I spoke with the Sumner County Assistant DA, who says child porn, sextortion, car thefts are all a concern for law enforcement as we continue our special reports on juvenile crime.
It all keeps me up at night to know that it's getting worse in Sumner County. It's getting more violent in Sumner County. And it's a lot of it's juveniles.
Assistant District Attorney General Jenny Smith says the juvenile crimes have gone up so much that they had to split the docket into a morning and an afternoon docket. And a lot of that crime, stolen cars, drugs, evading arrest, burglaries, spills over from Davidson County.
You know, and I'm not really sure. I'm not sure why they come up here, because it's sort of a well-known thing that you don't come up to Sumner County and commit crimes, because we are pretty tough on criminals that do come up here.
And it's not just street crimes. In Sumner County, Smith also prosecutes her fair share of crimes in the same home, including child-on-child rape.
It's typically children that are under the same roof. The teen perpetrator has some sort of access to that.
All right. So again, and I'm just going to back that up and play that again, because this piece of crap that we're looking at right now is obviously well versed in this area. She's exactly versed in the area in which Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers had endured the same type of abuse. Why did she leave him to fend for himself? And why is she sitting up here talking about all this crap? She's lying to everyone's face.
Tracks crime.
And she's going to smile in your face while she does it.
In your community, Sumner County is growing fast, but with that growth comes unwanted problems, including juvenile crime. I spoke with the Sumner County Assistant DA, who says child porn, sextortion, car thefts are all a concern for law enforcement as we continue our special reports on juvenile crime.
It all keeps me up at night to know that it's getting worse in Sumner County. It's getting more violent in Sumner County. And it's a lot of it's juveniles.
Assistant District
Right. A lot of it's juveniles. Now, also, I want you guys to keep in mind and think about this as well. They have that big facility out there, Bledsoe Youth Academy, that they love to refer juveniles to. It's a big moneymaker owned by Youth Opportunity Investments. So, you know, spare me this bullshit about cleaning the streets up of these juvenile children running amok, Jenny. Do your fucking job.
Attorney General Jenny Smith says the juvenile crimes have gone up so much that they had to split the docket into a morning and an afternoon docket.
Oh, God.
And a lot of that crime, stolen cars, drugs, evading arrest, burglaries, spills over from Davidson County.
You know, and I'm not really sure. I'm not sure why they come up here, because it's sort of a well-known thing that you don't come up to Sumner County and commit crimes, because we are pretty tough on criminals that do come up here.
And it's not just
Oh, it's a well-known thing that you just don't go to Sumner County to commit crimes. People commit crimes everywhere. You think a criminal cares about the laws anywhere, Jenny?
street crimes. In Sumner County, Smith also prosecutes her fair share of crimes in the same home, including child-on-child rape.
It's typically children that are under the same roof. The teen perpetrator has some sort of access to that minor child.
Right. And what about a stepdad perpetrator? What about a stepfoot perpetrator? What are you going to do about that one? You let him skate right by you. You should be embarrassed of yourself. You, Nick, embarrassed. All of you, embarrassed. Because you're finally getting exposed for who you really are.
So we do see a lot more of that than what people would think.
Child sexual abuse cases are some of the most common Smith sees. If she could give any advice to parents, get rid of your child's cell phone.
The amount of trouble a teenager can get into with a cell phone, it's pretty bad. It could seem innocent at first, girlfriend sending something to a boyfriend, but then boyfriend airdrops it to a bunch of friends or posts it online, and that's all child pornography.
And everyone that has that
Yeah. Wow. Wow. How about the mommy, right? Cinderella? Hey, Cinderella. Look what she said to people: take your kids' cell phones away. I've never heard such nonsense in my life. Oh, no wonder she got along with Chris Proudfoot swimmingly, right? Don't take care of the problem that your child is obviously doing something they're not supposed to be doing. If they're sending pictures, if they're receiving pictures, any of that. If they're on there when they're not supposed to be, you can put restrictions, but to take it away completely, that's a joke. My best advice, well, your best advice sucks. It belongs in the fucking toilet.
Image on their phone could get hit with a felony. She also sees teenage boys sending naked photos to people online they do not know, which can fast turn into a sextortion case.
It turns out it's not an attractive female at all. And it's somebody who now says, okay, you sent me this, now you pay me $1,000, or I'm going to send this to everybody you know. And then they're stuck in a sextortion.
And that happens in Sumner County.
A lot. A lot.
Oh, it happens a lot in Sumner County. And who do they call? Because, your sheriff over there, and granted, he wasn't the sheriff at the time of this being aired, but your sheriff sees those situations as nothing more than a joke and a snuggle struggle. Nothing but a joke and a snuggle struggle. So who do you tell about that exactly? You think any of those boys are going to be comfortable going to somebody that thinks that? I guarantee you they're not.
More than what people realize.
Mark Kelly, News 2. Now, lawmakers are taking steps to cut down on juvenile crime in Tennessee. Find out what exactly they're doing to keep young people from committing crimes. That's coming up on News 2 at 5.
Oh, look at that. Look at that, guys. That's Bledsoe Youth Academy. That's Bledsoe Youth Academy. Right there. That's what they're doing. They're putting those children in those facilities so they can get money off of them. They're not making any money off of the kids in the street. I mean, maybe they are when they, have to go to court or something like that. No. We'll take your kids from you. Here, we'll take them. We'll write them a referral to Bledsoe Youth Academy. Everything will be great. While they're there, they'll be exposed to child sex abuse material. They'll be jumped by their peers and the caregivers. Fantastic. Bo, it's amazing what Seth has uncovered here. Because it's going exactly back to what we've been talking about. Unbelievable. And it's wild. And it's awful to think that these children who are doing something so minuscule, and I'm not saying that it isn't a big problem, right? I mean, there was an issue with a couple of different cases where there were young boys that sent out information that showed themselves, right? And it did turn into a sextortion case, and the one little boy took his life. I think the other one attempted to or was successful at that as well. So I'm fully aware that it's not a positive situation. But in no way, shape, or form is just taking the cell phone or sending your child away going to fix the problem. Yeah, it's all about the money. It's all about the money, SI officer. It's not about anything to them besides filtering those kids, those bad juveniles, off to where the state can make money off of them. They did, Rosebud, they did. And the Child Advocacy Center, we're going to look them up as well. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to get some bare bones stuff so that when I was presenting to you guys tonight, that I can pull in some of these other instances of what we're talking about here. But, right now I want to focus on Jenny, and then I'm going to bring in the Child Advocacy Office. We're going to talk more about them. Rosebud says her office must have known about those prior court proceedings that took place about Sebastian. She was well aware and she was involved. Jenny was involved, Rosebud. Yes, absolutely. The paperwork describes that. Trishy says, OMG, exactly. This spell by the DA sounded like a promo for Bledsoe Youth Academy. I was like, when I saw this, excuse me, I'm so sorry. When I saw this last night, I was like blown away. And all I did was Google Jenny, and this came up obviously because she's the star of the show, right? She's the one pushing this, giving the advice to the parents. And it's so sad. It is heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking because we know that Sebastian had a referral for this place. We know that under this Title 6, right? Or excuse me, Title 4. Under Title 4, he was about to be taken from the Proudfoots residence and put into foster care. And they may have sent him to Bledsoe Youth Academy. They may have sent him to one of these schools, and this network has 29 schools, guys. And some of these schools keep children until they're 21. And nobody knows about who they are or how to find them or that they're there or any of it. That is the biggest red flag and the scariest part. A lot of us were onto the schools thing and we were thinking about it and talking about it, but we've pinpointed exactly what has happened here. We pinpointed it because Tony came out on Mr. and Mrs. E's and was telling us the process, and we were able to pinpoint what had happened, right? And learning all about Bledsoe and learning all about the 29 schools that Youth Opportunities Investments has in their network at their disposal. And let me tell you this, for those of you who didn't know, Bledsoe Youth Academy is no longer a youth academy. It is an assessment center that children are sent to, and they are assessed, and then they are pushed out to all of these different schools. All of the different schools. If that's not scary, and if that doesn't tell you how the system could be hiding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, I don't know what else to tell you. The only way they can get into these schools and these programs are through a referral from DCS, Tennessee. That's it. Or their state. Some of it is through juvenile courts and stuff. Trishi says, how much federal funding does each placement cost or pay the state, or is it state funding going to the county? So we're going to get a little bit into that. I did pull in some charts and figures from back in 2022. I didn't see any newer figures, right? But Bledsoe Youth Academy gets money from Tennessee Mental Health as well. So, but we're gonna get into that. But they were also receiving children from like out of state, which prompted some of this investigation because there were 6 children that came from New Hampshire to Tennessee, and they were mistreated, showed pornography, were being jumped by their peers at the direction of the staff, and all of these things. There's a 6 to 8 page report that we went over to here, and I'm gonna have to pull that back in because it was quite a while ago that we did, but I think it's a good, you know, it's a good thing to revisit considering what we're talking about here. Um, Lori, it is the most crazy thing I have ever witnessed. Like, I had no idea that the state enlisted these private entities for the schools. Um, it's a real mess. It's a real mess, Jilly. It's a real mess. Trishi says, "Oh my gosh, this research is so red flags and fire. Great job." Aw, thank you, Trishi. I'm telling you, when I was like getting into the names and stuff, because I remember hearing these people's names and everything, and then once I was able to get to where I could show you guys, I was like, "Oh my gosh, these people!" Right? It goes so much deeper than um, the um, nasty feet, right? It's just so much deeper than them. And so that was her bit, in March of 23 when she sounded the alarm. Now, she noted that offenses like sextortion, child pornography, and vehicle thefts were not only rising but becoming distinctly more violent. And could you imagine moving to Sumner County and having your child taken away and put into a facility? I mean, that would be the worst case scenario, moving there and having that happen. She also candidly stated to the media that the increasing violence among local youth was an issue that, quote, keeps me up at night. Well, your ass kept me up last night, and your lack of care as a person who is in a position of trust, Jenny Smith, not to be confused with any judges. I'm talking about the former assistant DA to Ray Whitley, Sumner County, tenured Jennifer Smith, Jenny Smith. I agree, Misty. You're 100% right, Misty. It's not just Tennessee. The entire nation needs reform. Absolutely. You're so right about that. Yeah, it's not just Tennessee. It's really not just Tennessee. That's very true. Um Now, she also was cracking down on local school threats. She's very interested in the kids, this one. This one says that she cares about the kids, yet she's not doing anything to protect them. She wants those kids so she can get the money off their heads. This is a real sick little ticket that we're dealing with over here, this Jenny Smith. Real sick ticket, in my opinion. And this is the proof in the pudding. In late 2024, amid a statewide surge in school threats across Tennessee, Smith collaborated directly with Sumner County Schools, the sheriff's office, and juvenile courts to establish a standardized zero tolerance blueprint. Ooh, I wonder how many kids that got you, Jenny. She's like a freaking psycho. Smith was instrumental in warning the public that the county would no longer dismiss these incidents lightly, right? Because she's trying to get these kids into these juvenile youth facilities, in my opinion. So now she's telling everybody, if your kid gets in trouble, they're going to get sent away, maybe, possibly, perhaps. Hello, Gigi. I shared your post today, and thank you for posting that for Sebastian, too. Yeah, that was really good. I posted it on mine. And thank you for being here. Um, she made it clear that the parents through local media that, quote, even if a child comes in and makes a threat and then says that, quote, they're just joking, end quote, it's going to be taken as seriously as any other comment, end quote. Uh, uh, aiming to curb the legal disruptions and panic affecting local classrooms. Now, I can't say that you cannot be hard on or have a tolerance for school threats. We just can't do that in this day and age. You have to take a threat seriously. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I think that she had her own agenda, and I think it's very clear what that agenda is, and that is to take these children and put them in her little youth facilities, in my opinion, right? Because they make quite a bit of money. Um, Fierce stance on financial fraud. Smith was also known for her unyielding stance on habitual finance predators. In a case involving a serial con artist in Sumner County, she publicly advocated for heavy sentences over soft parole terms. She warned the public and the court via WKRN that professional fraudsters rarely reform, stating, quote, he will never pay his victims back. As soon as he hits the streets, he will be doing the exact same thing, end quote. So she doesn't believe in reform for anyone, yet she thinks that she can stick these kids into the youth facilities. But she doesn't think that it's going to help them. So she's just worried about getting that money for them, in my opinion. Also, please do not confuse ADA Jennifer Jenny Smith with Jennifer Smith Nichols, a former Nashville prosecutor who applied for the Sumner County judgeship, or Judge Jennifer Smith, a criminal court judge in nearby Davidson County. Just so you guys know, there's a couple of Jenny Smiths. Jenny and Smith are very common names. I know 20,000 people named Smith. We'll just say that. So there's that. How well does Jenny Smith, ADA Sumner County, know Sheriff Craddock? Was my question, right? And it web crawled, so it was looking at like Insta, Facebook. It was looking at all kinds of different sites. And then it comes up with this. Jenny Smith, and Sheriff Eric Craddock know each other through a direct, close, professional relationship as top-tier law enforcement and judicial figures in Sumner County, Tennessee. While their direct personal closeness is not a matter of public record, their professional their professional intersection was significant, particularly through late 2024 and early 2025. You guys seeing that? Their personal relationship is not a public record. However, what AI is picking up is that their professional intersection was significant through late 2024 and early 2025. Interesting. Number 1, collaborative agency leaders. Before becoming sheriff, Craddock served as a longtime chief deputy under the previous sheriff, Sonny Weatherford. During this time, Jenny Smith was a leading felony prosecutor in the district attorney's office. In a county's justice system, the chief/sheriff and a senior assistant district attorney constantly interact to transition cases from active police investigations to normal courtroom prosecutions. It's so sad. It is so sad. You're welcome, Jilly. I just want to get to the bottom of this. I do. I want to get to the bottom of this once and for all. But to get to the bottom of it, it looks like we need to start at the top. I never wanted to believe it was this bad. I never wanted to believe it. But every time we peel back some of that stinky ass onion, this is what we get. And this is what the computer found, as a web crawl. Direct collaboration on county school security. So this is direct collaboration with Jenny Smith and Sheriff Eric Craddock. The most notable public intersection of their careers occurred in late 2024, following a wave of high-profile school threats sweeping across Tennessee. Oh. Jenny Smith and Sheriff Eric Craddock worked hand in hand to establish the county's unified law enforcement strategy. They collaborated directly to build a strict zero-tolerance policy regarding classroom safety threats, according to Sheriff Craddock's school resource officers, with the strict prosecution guidelines Smith enforced in the courtroom. So you see how that works? Craddock is the one that arrests and she prosecutes. So they work hand in hand. One hand washes the other, right? And don't tell me they didn't know each other in Sebastian Rogers' case, because we're about to find out more. And that goes for you, Brandon Carter. We haven't forgot about you. We have not forgot about you. So just hang tight. The overlap of arrests and prosecutions. As leaders in the Sumner County legal ecosystem, Smith frequently prosecuted high-level felony and sex crimes cases that originated directly from investigations spearheaded by Eric Craddock and his deputies. For instance, high-profile sexual assault cases investigated and arrested by Craddock's department, such as the state's case against Joshua R.K., who directly handed over to the district attorney's office where where Smith operated to secure severe prison sentences. All right. Current status. Their day-to-day professional intersection ended. Whoop. Oh, here we go. Sorry. It went too far back, or went too far ahead, rather. Uh, Whoa. Hello. I clicked it again. So this is her getting sworn in, by the way, just so you guys know. Hold on. Let me just put it back one more. Their day-to-day professional intersection ended in May of 2025 when Jenny Smith formally left Sumner County to accept a position with the 22nd Judicial District Attorney's Office in Southern Tennessee. Craddock continues to serve as the sheriff of Sumner County, right? AI can make mistakes, so double check responses. Just a disclaimer. I think it's spot on. So she skipped office, in my opinion. Here's Brett Cooper, district attorney. Our new prosecutor is sworn in. Oh, yippee skippy. Let's see what kind of fuckery she can cause over there. Right? What about Sebastian, Jenny? Looks like you didn't get to run far enough away. We want to welcome Jenny Smith to our team in the 22nd. Jenny was administered her oath yesterday by Circuit Judge Russ Parks during Columbia's Law Day program, with nearly every attorney and judge in Maury County in attendance. Jenny is a native of Ohio and graduated from the University of Dayton School of Law in 2004. She has years of experience as a prosecutor in Davidson and Sumner counties. With that experience, she will be able to, quote, hit the ground running, end quote, in our Gilley's County office. We look forward to Jenny adding her skills as a trial lawyer to our never-ending quest for justice for victims of crimes. Well, what about Sebastian Rogers? What about Sebastian Rogers? Oh, yippee skippy. Oh, I can't wait to see what a shitty job she does. You know? I mean, obviously, there's been some good that has come out of her tenure. I won't deny that. But I think she has ulterior motives, and I'm pretty sure she probably is still filtering children and taking children out of their homes to send them to those nasty ass youth academies, in my opinion. All right, there's a picture of Jenny so everybody can see her. You know, right? The irony and sarcasm, exactly. It's crazy, unbelievable, Shadow. It's crazy. All right. Um, so again, I typed in how well does Jenny Smith know Detective Brandon Carter? Now, watch what happens here, right? Because I was not expecting this at all. All right. Jennifer Jenny Smith and Detective Brandon Carter shared a direct and significant professional relationship as core figures within the Sumner County, Tennessee justice system. While details of any personal closeness are private, their paths crossed extensively on major criminal investigations in high profile county cases before her departure from the district, which we all know was in 2025. Number one, the investigator prosecutor dynamic. Detective Brandon Carter is a prominent investigator with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, heavily tasked with handling major crimes, juvenile matters, and missing persons. As a senior assistant district attorney handling felony and specialized cases in the same jurisdiction, Jenny Smith relied directly on detectives like Carter. In the standard legal pipeline, Detective Carter was responsible for building the criminal cases, gathering evidence, and conducting interviews, which he would then hand over to ADA Smith to formally prosecute in court. And that is the dynamic, right? The detectives investigate. Hello, Detroit and Crazy Bird and Janet. Hello, welcome in. That is the regular process that we see. That's how they work hand in hand. That is their dynamic, right? That's why it's quite upsetting when we see the detectives do their level best and they do everything to present this to the district attorneys or the prosecutors, and there's a failure by the judge or something like that, right? Like in Gannon Stock's case, as an example. So that's always very hard to see because this is kind of the process that we'll see play out all the time, um, just in the judicial system itself. Um, Number two, high profile overlap, the Sebastian Rogers disappearance. Okay. Number two, the most notable point of intersection, and just a reminder, the only thing I did was put in, does Brandon Carter know Jenny, right? And this is number two. So the most notable point of intersection in their respective workloads involves the tragic and highly publicized disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who vanished, I hate that, from his Hendersonville home in February of 2024, right? So it even gives me a breakdown. It's given me a breakdown right here. And it says Detective Carter has been the public face of law enforcement side of the mystery, acting as lead and reportedly sole detective assigned by the sheriff's office to spearhead the missing person investigation. Even though we've never seen him, we've never seen him come out and talk about Sebastian. So, how is he spearheading anything? How is he the face of it? The public face is Eric Craddock and his stupid look on his face. The deer in the headlights, in my opinion, right? So, Jenny Smith, during her final year in Sumner County, worked closely alongside the sheriff's office as the district attorney, monitored the unfolding investigation, legal requirements for subpoenas, and handled the influx of tips and potential criminal theories surrounding the case. All right. So isn't that funny that now she would be named in this lawsuit as already being a part of two separate proceedings involving Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. We'll go back to it now. Let me just make sure we get this part finished up. 3. Separation of roles. Their day-to-day professional collaboration came to a close in May of 25 when Jenny Smith left the 18th Judicial District to join the 22nd Judicial District Attorney's Office. Detective Carter remains with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, where his investigative work, including his handling of the ongoing Sebastian Rogers case, continues to draw heavy public and legal attention. Right, because his ass is being sued. His ass is being sued. Right? Now, before we get into DCS, really quick, I want to go back here. So we're at 446. Okay. So really quick, I want to go back here to where we were talking about who was involved. And that would have been, hold on. Okay. No, this is the filing, the beginning. All right, here we go. Perfect. So this is under number 15, guys. This is under number 15. And I'll reread it. Before Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappeared, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office had direct knowledge of and involvement in Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' situation through its participation in the DCS Child Protective Investigative Team CPIT. The CPIT included the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Juvenile Court, Ashley's Place Advocacy Center, and Assistant District Attorney Jenny Smith. This was on November 3rd, 2022, and again in May of 2023. And the Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in CPIT proceedings regarding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, DCS cases, and a detective was assigned to the case through CPIT, the bottomless pit, where the childhood trauma just goes down and they send you to Bledsoe Youth Academy. Not anymore. Hello, Andrea. All right. So let's look up the Ashley's Place, because I want to show you guys this. So Ashley's Place is the Child Advocacy Center. Sumner County. All right. Here we go. Sumner Child Advocacy. And this is also listed for Jenny Smith's old office as well. Let me pull it in and exit out of here for a quick second. All right. Lori, it is just, it's so much. And that's why I wanted to come on early, because I knew it would be a lot to go over. And guys, this is only the first 7 pages of the filing that we're going over tonight. Only the first 7 pages. So Ashley's Place, Sumner Child Advocacy Center, about our team. And they have sponsors too. So our sponsors, Board of Directors, Micah Hartman, Board President, Eddie Crisps, right? Board Vice President, Cynthia McClard is a secretary, the treasurer, Mark Webster, Barry Somerville, board member, another board member, Nancy Wright, Troy Damewood, Sharon Saby, all board members with Jay Ingram, right? 315 West Smith Street, Gallatin, Tennessee, 37066 in the United States. There's their phone number. There's their email, right? This is where Sebastian had involvement, allegedly. They get money from the United Way, from Dairy Berries Heat and Air, the Rosedon Foundation, Tennessee Department of Child and Family Services, the Memorial Foundation, Children's Two Alliance, American Home Design. I'm surprised Kathy's Bowersox ain't on there. About us and our story. Ashley's Place is named for a young victim of a child sexual abuse in Sumner County. The center is dedicated to Ashley. Well, they're not dedicated to Sebastian. We know that's right. And I'm sorry for Ashley and all the victims of abuse throughout Sumner County. You didn't care about Sebastian, who deserve a child-safe environment to receive services they so desperately need. What about Sebastian? Established in 2000 and guided by a board of directors, Ashley's Place is committed to strengthen efforts across Sumner County to build Sumner County by building on existing resources and providing services tailored to the individual's needs of the community. Ashley's Place is a nonprofit organization providing services to children and families when there are allegations of sexual abuse, severe physical abuse, and or witness to violence. The center has a unique partnership with the District Attorney's Office, the Department of Children and Family Services, Sumner County's law enforcement jurisdictions, and juvenile court. This multidisciplinary team works together for the detection, investigation, and prosecution and treatment of child abuse. Where are you at? Why is Chris Proudfoot still at large? I mean, I just feel so terrible for them, Lori. And the thing is they're hiding behind this little girl, Ashley, but they're doing nothing for these other kids. It's sad. So you mean to tell me poor little Ashley was exploited in her life, and now you're using her story to promote your bullcrap? And you're letting Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers fall through the cracks, because everything that you just described here, he should have been getting these services. Oh, wait, he was. Oh, wait, you were aware of it. Oh, wait, he was on your roster. Oh, wait, he had participated in services from this place and from Jenny Fly the Coop Smith. Smell you later, Jenny. Disgusting. I'm just beyond pissed, and heartbroken, Jill. I mean, it's awful. And Crazy Bird, that was when when everything was first found out in California, to the best of my knowledge. If somebody did that to me, I would probably have some thoughts like that as well. I can't even say probably, I would. Our mission, the mission of the Sumner Child Advocacy Center, is to ensure that a cooperative, multidisciplinary team delivers comprehensive services to child physical and sexual abuse victims and their families in a child-focused, neutral-based facility. By providing coordinated services through cooperation among the various disciplines, the center will ensure that each child will be protected from further victimization. The Child Advocacy Center will ensure the development and implementation of child physical and sexual abuse prevention and provide community education. Where is the community education? Because we are just now hearing about this now. And again, using this little girl's story to hide behind the travesty. Ashley endured re-victimization through multiple interviews by various professionals, lack of therapeutic advocacy services, and no court preparation for accompaniment when facing her abuser. What about Sebastian? Did Sebastian ever get to face Chris Proudfoot? Because I don't think he did. I don't think he did. You know, it's infuriating. It's infuriating. All right, the services. This is the services that Sebastian may or may have not gotten, but this is what this place offers. How we can help. A child-friendly environment, forensic interviews, family victim advocacy, therapy services, community education and prevention, pups adding comfort for kids pack program. How come Sebastian didn't get that? Because he loves animals. Or cats just not involved. A child-friendly environment. Ashley's Place provides a child-friendly environment for children who may have experienced SA, severe physical abuse, or witnessed violence. The center is specifically designed to provide comfort for children and families throughout the investigative and treatment process, assisting in the healing journey. Well, how come Sebastian didn't get help for being socked in the stomach by Chris Proudfoot or beat with a belt or for him getting his life threatened, according to the neighbors? His life was threatened. This is different than a pop on the butt. Entirely different. Number two, child forensic interviews. A forensic interview is a structured conversation with a professionally trained forensic interviewer using a nationally recognized interviewing protocol. Questions are asked in a developmentally sensitive, non leading, and non suggestive manner to assist the child in speaking about experiences and trauma. Family victim advocacy. The family victim advocate works with families through the investigative process by providing support, information, referrals, court preparation, and accompaniment and victim compensation assistance. The victim advocacy services are tailored to meet the specific needs of each family. So, where was Sebastian's tailored needs and what specifically did he get? What did he get out of this service from Ashley's Place and Jenny Smith, who works hand in hand with them, as well as the law enforcement officers, and who met with Sebastian specifically about all of this, and who was at the proceedings? Because we know Jenny Smith was involved in the proceedings, and we know that Ashley's Place was, but there was no one named when it came to any specific officers that may or may not have had contact with Sebastian Rogers or the victim advocate. You know? Crazy Bird says, can you imagine being so scared of your stepfather finding out someone essayed and hurt you very bad? WTF, Chris, is every bit POS like we thought. I agree, Crazy Bird. Sebastian, we all love you, and Mr. Chris won't hurt you again. It all looks good on paper, Tony. And they love to use these other kids as trauma, but then they'll sit there and shame a parent for talking about their own child's trauma. Imagine that. You know? Therapy services. The center provides trauma based therapy to child victims to assist with the beginning of the healing process. Our therapy has specialized training, or excuse me, our therapist, one of them, has specialized training and, excuse me, credentialing in multiple evidence based informed treatment modalities, right? So they got a counselor, big whoop. Did that particular counselor speak with Sebastian? Is it the same person that was there when he was there, or did they, swap them out? Community education. and prevention. Ashley's Place provides community education focused on prevention and early intervention of child abuse. Really, because you knew about this in on November 3rd of 2022, and then again in 2023. So where's your early prevention? Because that should have started in 2022. Yeah, you had a separate court proceeding in 2023. And I'll read it again for you guys. Ashley's Place staff are available for presentations to community organizations and groups. Yeah, well, bite me. And here's their dog program. That's cute. That's Grady. He's adorable. God only knows if those are stock photos, though. I don't know. All right. And again, this is the most up to date information 2026 Ashley's Place. Okay. Resources for parents. Did Chris and Katie participate in any of these resources? And then Seth didn't even get a chance because they did not notify him. They did not notify him. Download our parent info sheet for an upcoming visit. Okay, let's look at the info friggin' sheet. All right. So this is the info sheet. What Ashley's Place, Sumner County Advocacy Center, right, is an independent nonprofit organization that works with law enforcement, child protective services, and other professionals, right? Ashley's Place is a child-friendly, safe, blah, blah, blah. We already know all of this. It's just telling the parents. This is the center, right? What the families have questions about the appointment. Families can call the CPS or law enforcement investigator who made the appointment. You guys see that? What happens? Law enforcement, CPS, and Ashley's Place interviewer will talk with caregivers to learn about the child being interviewed and to explain what is going to happen during the appointment. Interviews are conducted in a separate room. Interviews are video recorded, and the professionals involved observe interviews because they are a part of the investigation. And I hope that Seth is able to get some of this information as well. During the interview, caregivers will meet with the family advocate who provides support and resources. Following the interview, law enforcement and CPS will meet with the caregiver briefly. They will explain what they can about the interview, about the investigation. They'll explain what they can about that investigation and answer questions about what will happen next. Families should plan to spend about 1.5 to 2 hours at Ashley's Place for their appointment. There is no need to arrive more than 10 minutes prior to the scheduled appointment, right? I don't know how many parents are raring to go, but maybe some of them are, right? Some of the questions. What about a medical examination? A medical examination by a specially trained pediatrician at our Child's Inc. may be scheduled at a later date after the initial child interview. Our kids strive to ensure that the medical exam does not cause additional stress. In fact, many times the exam can relieve anxiety about any health concerns. This will be determined after the outcome of the Ashley's Place interview. So, guys, without getting into too much detail, you can imagine why there may be a medical examination if a child is brought there and there are essay concerns, because we do know that children can contract STDs as a result of being raped or sexually assaulted. What happens to the interview information? Ashley's Place respects the privacy of every person served. The interview is part of an investigation, and the information is protected by state confidentiality laws. This is how DCS gets away with their bullshit, and here it is in black and white right for you. Ashley's Place respects the privacy of every person served. The interview is part of an investigation, and the information is protected by state confidentiality laws. How can caregivers help? Caregivers need to provide extra support if the child wants to talk about what happened. It's best to listen and provide reassurance in a way that feels comfortable. Well, we know Sebastian didn't get that. Thanks for telling me what happened. I'm so proud of you that you told. It's not your fault. Do not ask questions about what happened. How can families cope? Regardless of the outcome, the investigative process be very stressful. Families need to get the support they need. While at Ashley's Place, families will have the opportunity to speak with a family advocate about what may be helpful. And again, this is www.ashleysplace.net that you can also go to for information. Just heartbreaking, gut wrenching. All right, so back to this website really quick. Um, Local community resources, national resources. Um, I don't know that we should go over that. You can find them on Facebook. And then you can see all of these different pictures and testimonials, I guess. They're thanking the credit union for partnering with them and giving them money, probably. They've rebranded their logo. Oh, gosh, I can't wait. They got photos from Portland, Tennessee Police Department's post. They obviously were doing some type of a training. River, the electronic storage detection canine, is wrapping up training this week. This is 3 months ago. Let's see. But these are all, their posts that you can see. It's like a news feed, right? Where you can go to the website and see all of this. I just want to kind of take a gander to see if possibly we could see any pictures of anybody that we know popping up. I can see that they don't keep these up to date with these Chester cheetahs because they have a commissioner. Oh, look, 12 months ago. Congratulations to General Whitley on a well-deserved retirement. Generally, Whitley has been a constant support to Ashley's Place since day one. Thank you, sir, for all of your good that you've done for Sumner County. After serving as the 18th Judicial District Attorney General for 45 years, I'm announcing my retirement effective September 1st, 2025. It's the end of an incredible chapter, one dedicated to pursuit of justice and safety of Sumner County. I'm honored to be recognized as as Tennessee's longest serving District Attorney General. Throughout my career, I've had the privilege to prosecute thousands of violent offenders, stand up for victims' rights, and work on innovative programs to address substance abuse and improve public safety. As I step away from the public service, I do so with a deep gratitude to the Assistant District Attorneys, support staff, advocates, and officers who have walked this road with me. Thank you. Our shared commitment to justice has a real difference in the state. And look how he never mentions Jenny by name. But he served with her for a very long time. She served him, under him. Right? Strange. When I first stepped into this role, I never could have imagined the journey ahead, the challenges, the triumphs, the heartaches, and the hopes. I could not have made it this far for this long without the unwavering dedication of our law enforcement professionals, the courage of victims and their families, and the support of community and the love of of my family. It's been truly an honor of a lifetime. Yeah, and you promised to find Sebastian and you didn't. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Enjoying a delicious lunch. Let's see. Let's see. They put a Hendersonville badge up there. I think that's interesting. Let's see. We have any affiliations here? These are all the sponsors. These are people that they get to sponsor them. They had an egg hunt a year ago. And again, guys, I'm just trying to look through here just to see if we see any familiar names or faces. And again, they got their service dog, which is great. I'm not going to knock the service dog, of course. It's not his fault. These people are morons. Let's see how much money they got here. $500 check. Kiwanis Club. Okay. Gallatin Police. Sunny Weatherford updated the profile. That's kind of weird. This is when Sunny passed away. Let's see. They got more money donated to them by American Legion Post 17. So they're getting lots of local funding in different ways like that. Very interesting. They're always getting a bunch of big checks. That's one for about almost 10,000 right there. Final number in, these wonderful folks raised $10,414 to help SA abuse victims. You guys love collecting that money, but you never do anything good with it. That's going to come back and bite you in the ass, and it might not be in this lifetime, but it certainly will be at some point. Right? And this is 3 years ago, 2 years ago. So this is about the time of Sebastian's disappearance. Right. Body safe rules. What about Sebastian's body safe rules? Did you do anything to help him? See, that's the problem. Because Chris Proudfoot was putting his big ass pig hands all over Sebastian. And he never deserved to have them anywhere near him. What were you guys doing? Where were you at? Right? Where were you at when Sebastian needed you? Prevention tip: never force children to give affection to anyone. Hugs, for example. Yeah, well, we're not worried about him getting a hug. We're worried about him getting a whack. You guys knew about that whack and you just went ahead and let it go. And now Sebastian's missing. You guys lay off the wine a little bit and do your friggin' jobs. United Way. But yeah, I'd suspect that any pictures, if Sebastian was involved in any of this stuff, wouldn't be on the website anymore. You know? So. Unbelievable. Either way, if you guys want to take a gander at that and take a look through that, feel free. That's Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center Sumner Child Advocacy Center. And that is who was involved in Sebastian Rogers' situation back in 2022 and 2023. Again, I will pull this back up so you can see that in this official document paperwork for the lawsuit, right? And it's right here. Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center, Assistant Director, District Attorney Jen Smith, on November 3rd, 2022, and again in May of 2023. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office participated in CPIT proceedings regarding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers DCS cases, and a detective was assigned to the case through CPIT. Who is that detective? Who is that detective, and what did they do exactly to help Sebastian? What exactly did they do? Because he's missing. And again, this is Jennifer. This is who was involved with Sebastian. But she ran away when the same year that Whitley ran away, right? So she skipped off. She's gone. And now we're here. Now, this is where we left off. How closely, this is what I asked, how closely did Jenny Smith work with DCS? Now, this was kind of a rhetorical question on my end, right? And the reason being is because I already knew all of this, right? I put it all in here as I was finding it. That way we can keep it in good order and everything. But this is going to be a breakdown from what the computer has generated and what we can, kind of put into place. Thank you, Bo, for posting that. So, as an assistant district attorney, ADA, in Sumner County, handling severe felonies, special victims, and juvenile crimes, Jenny Smith worked hand in hand with the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, DCS, as part of a highly structured legal pipeline. Okay? Now, I couldn't have said it better myself, but that is who, who and how she worked with the DCS. She worked hand in hand with them as part of a highly structured legal pipeline. Number one, the Child Protective Investigative Team, CPIT, in Sumner County. Severe cases of child physical abuse, sexual abuse, and severe neglect are handled through a mandatory multi-agency model called CPIT. As the lead prosecutor for special victims, Jenny Smith routinely sat on these joint panels alongside DCS case managers, specialized medical professionals, and local law enforcement such as Sumner County Sheriff's Office. In this role, Smith relied on DCS investigators to conduct forensic interviews and gather welfare evidence. Conversely, DCS relied on Smith's office to provide legal guidance on what evidence was required to meet the high threshold for criminal prosecution. Jenny Smith failed Sebastian Rogers. It's not my opinion, it's a fact. Failed Sebastian Rogers. Directly. The dual tracker, criminal court versus juvenile court. Smith and DCS frequently operated on parallel legal tracks for the same facilities. DCS handled the civil slash dependency side, focusing on child safety, removing children from dangerous homes, placing them in foster care, or terminating parental rights. So, Smith and DCS frequently operated on parallel legal tracks for the same families. Okay, again, this is how she got involved in Sebastian Rogers' case. Right, Gina. I've heard that too. Whitley didn't like to charge the parents, in my opinion. No, they want to take the children and put them in the home so they can make money off of them. I mean, it's just so clear and plain and simple. No, no help needed from your Chris Proudfoot. We got her all figured out over here. Jenny Smith handled the criminal side, using the files and evidence compiled by DCS to prosecute the abuse of parents, guardians, or offenders in criminal court. What happened to Sebastian's case? Again, accountability is coming. Number 3, prosecution of juvenile offenders. Because Smith spearheaded public campaigns against the sharp rise in violent juvenile crime in Sumner County, she worked extensively with the Juvenile Justice Division of DCS. When Smith prosecuted teenagers for severe crimes such as vehicle thefts or electronic sex exploitation, she had to coordinate directly with DCS caseworkers to determine rehabilitation options, state custody placements, and probation monitoring. Okay. Lover Girl says since he brought up the belt so randomly, everyone assumed he meant he whacked him with a belt. So people started asking about when he belted him. Then he said that was years ago. Probably did it a lot. Yeah, I agree with that, Lover Girl. And Katie also lied for him too. It was a group effort to deny, attack, and switch up the roles. Right? They're the victims, not Sebastian. But that shit should never work on people like this, especially someone who's known for spearheading public campaigns against violent juvenile crimes or helping children who have been in such awful situations where they've been exploited. Number 4, systematic overlap, the Sebastian Rogers case. This is where we're getting into why this is all so important. And I appreciate you guys bearing with me on this because I know it's one, not easy to listen to. It's also a lot of information. But again, I think it's important for us to see it, in a factual manner than me just telling it to you. I want you guys to see it for yourselves in black and white. Uh, 4, systematic overlap, the Sebastian Rogers case. A major point of procedural intersection involving the agencies Smith worked with came to light following the highly publicized February 2024 disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers from Hendersonville. Well, guess what? We're here to shine a little bit more light on it for you. Federal lawsuits filed by the boy's father against the Tennessee Department of Children's Services and Sumner County Sheriff's Office revealed that DCS has effectively investigated Sebastian's household for abuse in both 2022 and 2023 prior to his disappearance. During her final year as a Sumner County prosecutor, Smith's office worked directly with the sheriff's office and reviewed the complex legal, investigative, and multi agency records surrounding the missing persons case. That was already super active when I was researching it at 1 o'clock this morning. 1 o'clock, 24 hours ago, give or take, maybe 25 at this point. This is all AI generated. Summary of the dynamic. While Jenny Smith was not a DCS employee, she was one of their primary legal allies and legal scrutinizers in Sumner County. She relied heavily on their casework to secure convictions against child abusers while simultaneously working with their juvenile justice arm to penalize and manage young offenders. Disclaimer: AI can make mistakes, so double check responses. And I did. Oh, I double checked them. I triple checked them. It's all legit. In Sumner County, Tennessee, CPIT stands for the Child Protective Investigative Team, mandated by Tennessee state law TCA 37-1 607. A CPIT is a specialized multi agency task force required in every county to coordinate the response to serve cases of child abuse, sexual abuse, and severe neglect. Right? So it's not as if this is a state agency assisting the entire state. This is county by county. They have their own task forces called CPIT, like the pit of despair. Okay. The core members, instead of an individual agency working in isolation, the Sumner County CPIT bridges the gap between civil, child welfare, and criminal justice. The team is made up of representatives from District Attorney General's office, prosecutors such as District Attorney Jenny Smith during her tenure, who who evaluate the case for formal criminal charges, and she failed. She failed. You suck at your job because you let Sebastian fall through the cracks, and I can guarantee you he's not the only one. But he is the cause of my concern, and we're going to continue to make sure that accountability is had. The Tennessee Department of Children's Services DCS case manager who handled the safety emergency removal and placement of the child victim. Right? And we know that Sebastian was in imminent and immediate danger of being removed, right, from the situation. And I call it danger because they were trying to send him to Bledsoe Youth Academy. Now, local law enforcement. There's detectives from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or local municipal police departments such as Gallatin or Hendersonville who collect evidence and execute arrest warrants. Okay, guys? So Sebastian, hey, my PTSD. So Sebastian, and they did not contact Rosebud, thank you. They did not contact Seth. They did not contact Seth. So we're seeing these three again and again, and these three entities were all involved in Sebastian Rogers' case, and they acted like it was a damn shock. They acted like it was a shock, find Summer's truth, that Sebastian disappeared. They knew his circumstances. They had two different hearings and court proceedings about Sebastian, pertaining to Sebastian, pertaining to Chris and Katie's household, pertaining to the abuse the and it has to be a severe abuse that we're talking about, guys, for them to even be stepping in on this. So if we think it was one whack in the stomach or one swat in the butt or one of each, you're sadly mistaken. I'm here to tell you, mark my words, here it's coming. It's gonna come out. This is the tip of the iceberg, I promise you that. And I hate to make that promise. I wish I could promise something better than that, but I can't, and I won't, because I don't make a promise I can't keep. The juvenile court representatives who manage legal proceedings regarding guardianship and juvenile delinquency. And we know, by the way, that there are 14 different complaints and an open and ongoing investigation through the Tennessee, or excuse me, against the Tennessee Department of Child and Family Services, or DCS, where they are alleging that the rights, the civil rights of these 14 different victims have been trampled on by DCS because these children are being treated as if they're criminals when they have disabilities such as ADHD, such as autism spectrum disorder. Just keep that in mind. That is 2026, and that happened about a month ago. And if you don't believe me, I have it on my channel and we've watched it several times. That's why I'm not going to put our regulars through that. It's very difficult to watch. But again, medical and mental health providers, specialists who treat the child's trauma and conduct forensic medical exams, child advocacy centers, CACs, neutral, child-friendly facilities where specialized professionals conduct forensic interviews so the child has to recount their trauma only once. That is so egregious, in my opinion. It's outrageous. You think the child only relives that trauma one time just because they told you once? Are you friggin' kidding me? You must know nothing about trauma. It's relived every fucking day. Ask anyone who has it, especially from sexual abuse. Get with the program. How can you tout such a wonderful program when you know nothing and you're willing to say something like that about it? How CPIT works. Number one, the report. A report of severe or sexual child abuse is made to DCS, Child Abuse Hotline, or local police. Guys, this is as it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case. A report was filed on Sebastian's case in 2022. Another report was filed in Sebastian's case in 2023. And another report was filed in 2023. And then another report was filed in 2023. And then another report was filed in February or late January of 2024. There's 5. Activation is the second. This is what happens after the report. Activation. The report automatically triggers the CPIT protocol. Rather than sending a lone DCS caseworker or a lone patrol officer to the home, the team shares information immediately to coordinate their next steps. You guys are following me, right? So a report is made. It's not just some lady that comes to the house like Chris said. Oh, I remember you. Hey. Oh. No. Not even close. The whole team is activated. The CPIT team is activated and they initiate protocols immediately and coordinate their next steps. Thank you, Bo. January. Right before Sebastian went missing. So you mean to tell me that all of these people Thank you guys for hitting the like. Thanks, Detroit. Thank you guys. Look, you mean to tell me that Sebastian endured this and that this is what happens typically, but it didn't happen with Sebastian? I guarantee you it did. And they all knew about it. Sheriff Eric Craddock, Detective Carter, because they worked hand in hand with Jenny Smith. All of them did. They all knew it. They all knew it. Don't tell me they didn't. You guys are your feet are being held to the fire. Number 3, investigation. Law enforcement and DCS co-investigate the scene. You guys, law enforcement and DCS co-investigate the scene. A forensic interview is scheduled at a child advocacy center, right? Ashley's Place, in this case, to capture the child's statement safely without compromising future court evidence. So we all know that Chris and Katie have probably seen that form that I showed you guys earlier, or some variation of it. And they had an interview that they needed to take Sebastian to that was conducted. Now, number 4, monthly review panels. The entire Sumner County CPIT meets at least once a month to review open cases. I'm going to say that again. The entire Sumner County CPIT meets once a month to review open cases. So in 2022, at the end there, they must have reviewed Sebastian's case twice that year, if not maybe once, because we're thinking maybe December, right? But throughout the year of 2023, they must have been, at least in May or June, reviewing open cases. Reviewing open cases. So how are they not aware of any of this going on? What is with the deer in the headlights look, Detective Craddock? Brandon Carter, no wonder you're hiding. Now it makes sense, doesn't it? Why your little scared ass is hiding behind your bad decisions. Because you know what happened to Sebastian, and you know that you guys are responsible too. You had monthly review panels where you would discuss whether an environment is safe for a child, what mental health resources the family needs, and whether the district attorney's office has enough evidence to successfully prosecute the offender in criminal court. But yet none of this was done. Or was it? And if it was done, where's all the evidence? And if it was done, how come Chris Proudfoot is walking free, and why is he still at large? 2.5 years after Sebastian has been missing. The ultimate goal, the main purpose of CPIT framework is to ensure the system does not re-traumatize the child. How about let's just make sure they don't go missing? You can't stop re-traumatization from happening. I could re-traumatize myself by putting myself in certain situations. I do it a lot. If I watch somebody else's story of abuse, a woman who has been abused, if I have somebody on my show that has had similar things happen to them and has been a victim of domestic violence, I am deliberately re-traumatizing myself. It's not going to kill me. It makes me stronger. Is it hard? Yes, it is. Does it bring back flashbacks? You betcha. But I've also grown mentally stronger from that. So this bullshit about, oh, you can't re-traumatize somebody, well, big freaking deal. Sometimes it happens. But how about don't lose the child? How about let's not let him go missing? How about let's not put him back in the environment where he's going to continue to get beat on by his monster of a stepfoot. How about that? By forcing police, DCS, and prosecutors to work side by side. Now, look at this, guys. They're forced to work side by side. Police, DCS, and prosecutors, they're forced, it says. Because this is the ultimate goal of CPIT, to force these people. Gigi, thank you. To force these people, to work together to save the kids. This is the goal they said they're having. So in theory, and you guys saying it looks good on paper, it looks good, and it looks like everything's in order here. But obviously it's not, because they just allowed for this to happen to Sebastian. And I know he's not the only one. He's just the only one we know about. And I'll fight for any one of those kids. Every single last one of them. If I knew who those 14 kids were, we'd be talking about them too. I just know there's 14 of them that have made complaints against DCS in the last month. And it's all people who have children with special needs, or they have like ADHD, and they have neurological disorders in there. They have comorbidities that exist. So they might have multiple diagnoses at the same time. And they're allowing for these children to fall through the cracks. This system is not working. And then Jenny just runs away to another district. And then Ray Whitley retires. It's just so not good enough. And again, the county can effectively protect the child's physical safety while simultaneously preserving the airtight evidence needed to lock up criminal predators. In my opinion, Chris Proudfoot is a criminal predator. In my opinion, so is Katie Proudfoot. In my opinion, they should be locked up, and they need to tell us where Sebastian is immediately. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. All right, so that's about CPIT. Now, the local child advocacy center for Sumner County is Ashley's Place, right? I wanted to show you guys the website. This is a little overview again, which serves as the physical hub for the county's Child Protective Investigative Team, CPIT, again, CPIT. Context and services. Primary focus, Ashley's Place provides a secure, friendly environment. It is designed for forensic interviews, therapy, and medical exams for minor victims of severe physical or SA abuse, and the structure prevents them from having to repeat the trauma to multiple individual agencies. Crucial reporting reminder. This facility is an investigation counseling space, not a direct emergency reporting agency. If you suspect a child is in immediate danger or being abused, you must contact local emergency dispatch or place an official report through the Tennessee DCS Child Abuse Hotline. That hotline is 1-877-237 0024. And again, if you have witnessed, or if you know of, or if there's a child that's being abused and you need to call it in, you can dial 911, of course, or 1-877-237 0024. And that's for the local hotline. All the people in Tennessee are mandated reporters. Now, I'd like to get a little bit into this Title IV candidacy program. And again, they should be locked up, Lover Girl. I just can't understand why they're not. It's because these agencies have responsibility, because these agencies were working with Chris and Katie this whole entire time, in my opinion. I guess I shouldn't say I don't understand it, because I do now. Um, and I can't unsee it. The Title IV candidacy program is a federal child welfare framework that fundamentally changed how states approach foster care. Established under Title IV of the Social Security Act and significantly expanded by the Family First Prevention Services Act, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier. FS, FFPSA acronym. It shifts the focus of federal funding from paying for foster care after a child is removed to funding services that keep children safely at home. Rather than waiting for a crisis to worsen, the program allows child protection agencies to intervene early when a child is identified as an imminent risk for foster care. And we know now, hey Sammy, that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was in imminent risk for foster care and removal from his home on 1008 Stafford Court, where he lived with his mother, momster, Katie Proudfoot, and stepfoot, Chris Proudfoot. What is Title IV candidate? So this is what Sebastian would have classified as. Sadly, a child is formally designated as a candidate for foster care if they are currently living at home or in a voluntary kinship, right, by a relative placement. But the child welfare agency determines they are at serious and imminent risk of being removed unless intervention occurs. Circumstances that typically qualify a child for candidacy include severe child maltreatment, chronic abuse, or severe neglect. Guys, this is what qualified Sebastian: severe child maltreatment, chronic abuse, or severe neglect. These are the only reasons they would intervene in here, right? These are the circumstances that would qualify Sebastian. Severe substance use, addiction, or unmanaged mental illness in the household. While, in my opinion, Chris Proudfoot has severe unmanaged mental illness, and so does Katie Proudfoot. And that's my opinion. I'm not a doctor. I didn't go to school and get any type of PhD. Holly, it's just so heartbreaking. And they all knew it and they did nothing. Right? But this is what would qualify him: an active state monitored protection plan where the agency is actively making reasonable efforts to prevent removal. Well, we know he wasn't removed unless he was on the 5th CPS report. And he's in one of these locations, these therapeutic schools, these homes, these academies, right? Because obviously the state can come in and just take this child without Seth's knowledge. That is super scary to think about because he was not notified at all of this. Number 2, how the program works: shifting the funds. Historically, federal Title IV dollars were strictly locked away until a child was physically taken into state custody. The candidacy program completely rewrote those rules. Prevention services. When a youth is enrolled in the candidacy program, federal funds reimburse up to 50% or more of the cost of approved community programs designed to stabilize the home. Okay. And also, Bledsoe Youth Academy is paid for by Tennessee Department of Mental Health, along with monies that are allocated from the state. And we've kind of gone into all of that, but I just want to reiterate some of that. Um, Approved interventions. Funding is tied strictly to evidence based practices vetted by the Title 4E Prevention Services Clearinghouse. This includes heavily subsidized mental health treatment, intensive substance abuse rehabilitation for parents, and in home parenting skill courses. Why was Katie or Chris never put through any type of alcohol programs, or were they? Because they had an entire bar that was visible in the Pollyanna Thompson interview. Day 8, they have the full, or 9, excuse me, the full bar right there. And people were pointing it out. And I'm like, well, I mean, they're old enough to have that in their house, right? It's their house. I don't really fault them for that. But knowing that they were involved in this and that that was okay to just have all of that liquor in their house at any given time, and it's okay for Chris Proudfoot to get up on panels wasted day after day after day. We've heard him. And Katie drinking in the background too herself. It's not okay. Where were the services for them? Where were the services for Sebastian? Why wasn't Seth notified? Also, we have time limits. Now, this is where it's interesting. The candidacy designation and its prevention funding are generally time limited, often up to 12 months, while the agency works to resolve safety threats. Sebastian went way over that 12-month threshold, guys. He went to, so we have again, the end of 22 to the end of 23 is 12 months. But they kept him in there longer, to more like a 14 to 16-month time frame. And I'll get a better number because we're going to add these things to the timeline. I just want to make sure we're adding them to some of these videos to make it so we have a more clear and concise, because now we have those dates too. But there's supposed to be time limits that were also not followed through on, procedurally or due to protocol or anything. Number 3, procedural realities and administrative tracking. And this pertains to the money, right? Always follow that money. To protect federal tax dollars and ensure children are genuinely being monitored, state agencies like the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, or DCS, must follow strict administrative rules. Must follow strict administrative rules to get the money. That is, to get their grubby little hands on that dirty money. The prevention plan. Case managers must establish a formal written safety and risk assessment plan tailored directly to the candidate. But we look at Sebastian, and there was 2 proceedings. There was 5 DCS cases open. Time logging, random moment sampling. Case managers and investigators must log their daily activities through structured tracking systems. This legally documents their staff hours and are directly tied to preventing a specific child's removal, validating the states drawn on federal cash. Wow, you guys are going to really be under an audit now, aren't you? Termination of candidacy. A child's time in the candidacy program formally ends if the crisis is successfully resolved, or if the safety risks become too great and the child is officially removed into state foster care custody. Now we know that that's not what happened with Sebastian. Neither one of those things happened. Instead, he went missing. Poof, he's gone. I don't know where he went. Katie, I don't know why he walked out the door. Oh, Bubba, you're not in trouble. Chris, you're not in trouble. Bull crap. Well, guess who's in trouble? You two are. And so are all your little buddies at CPS. And so are all of your buddies at the police station. And so is your buddy Jenny. Connection to local controversies. Because the candidacy program requires a state agency to formally acknowledge that a child is in a highly volatile or dangerous home environment, the designation carries heavy legal weight. For instance, this federal program recently became central to public scrutiny in Tennessee following the high profile disappearance of 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Federal lawsuits filed by the boy's father reveal that Tennessee DCS had actively designated Sebastian as part of the Title 4E candidacy program due to documented warning signs and home investigations prior to his disappearance. This has spurred sharp public debates over whether the agency should have escalated from preventative services to immediate physical removal. Well, let's take a look back a little bit here. Y'all usually give people 12 months to clean up their act, and instead you allowed for Sebastian to stay in an environment where you knew he was being severely abused, and you did nothing. And then when he was reported missing by the two perpetrators that you knew were perpetrating this abuse, allowing for it, the one that was carrying out and delivering these blows to Sebastian's stomach, to hit with a belt, to God only knows where else. We've seen the pictures where there are bruises on his neck, and you left him in there. And you not only left him in there, but you did nothing about it when you realized, oh shit, he went missing. And you want to know why? It's because it's your asses on the line too. And ding, 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 ding. Now we know why. There is no other questions. There are no other questions besides where's Sebastian? How the state files for Title 4E reimbursement funds. Again, we're always going to follow that money. States do not receive Title 4E federal funds as a standard upfront grant. Instead, Title 4E operates strictly on a cost reimbursement mechanism. The state child welfare agency must first spend 100%. What did I tell you guys before on this? This is how those funds are allocated, and this is what is typical of getting those funds the next year, that you have to spend it all up. So either that, you use it or you lose it. Let's just put it that way. You use it or you lose it. And poor Sebastian is right. I'm just beside myself with this. People coming to me, well, why would they protect Chris and Katie? Chris and Katie aren't nobody. Chris and Katie aren't the Murdaughs. The Bowerstocks don't have that much money. Well, it's a little bit different when their asses are on the line now, isn't it? No, they never thought it would get this far, Holly. They totally underestimated it, the situation. They never thought Seth would do any type of digging, or that any of us would either. Right? So the state child welfare agency must first spend 100% of the funds out of its own budget, and then file complex quarterly financial claims to claw back a percentage of that money from the federal government. Claw that shit out before somebody else gets it. You better use it. Filing for these funds requires an ongoing, highly structured administrative process. And they seem to have it down pat. Now, step one, they have to establish a prerequisite state and individual plans. A state cannot file a single claim without an active government approved structural blueprint. The 5-year prevention plan under the Family First Prevention Services Act, FFPSA, the state's Title 4E agency must be a federally approved 5-year prevention program plan on file with the Administration for Children and Family, uh, ACF Children's Bureau. Individual case plans. Every single child, whether in foster care or marked as a Title 4E prevention candidate, must have an individual documented case plan mapping out their eligibility, household safety monitoring, and targeted services. Guys, this is the part that pertains, in my opinion, to Sebastian. Every single child, whether they're in foster care or if they're marked as Title 4, which Sebastian was marked as Title 4E prevention candidate, must have an individual documented case plan. And that must be mapped, and it's mapping out their eligibility, household safety monitoring, and targeted services. Now tell me again that Chris Proudfoot was allowed in that house, because I bet you he was allowed nowhere near that house. That's why Katie would go visit him on the weekends. And if he was in that home, he wasn't supposed to be. Not when Sebastian was there, I can guarantee you that. It's not about Katie. She could be around him all she wants. Hell, she chose him over her kid, in my opinion. Step 2, track staff hours and eligibility costs. Before submitting paperwork, the state agency must meticulously capture and categorize day-to-day expenditures. This is done using 3 core buckets: maintenance payments, which are tracking the direct room, board, and clothing costs paid to foster parents and approved settings. Or approved settings. Prevention services, invoices for federally approved, evidence-based physical/mental health care, substance abuse treatments, or parenting courses provided to families to prevent removal, right? Because a lot of those services are free, right? And under this umbrella, we'll just say that. Administrative and training costs under strict cost allocation plans. State caseworkers must log their working minutes using administrative time tracking systems such as random moment sampling, which was referred to earlier. And this is an example, if a caseworker spends 30 minutes managing a Title 4E eligible case, those 30 minutes are legally translated into a reimbursable state administrative expense. So this is where there should be an audit on the caseworkers, on the caseworkers. So, and I'm sorry, guys, I can't read chat while I'm in both. I just clicked over to the other side. I'm afraid for Sebastian too, Jill. It's because of Proudfoot that I wonder if something more sinister didn't happen. But I'm hoping we're on the right track. I'm hoping. I mean, Detroit. I'm just right there with you. CP is blaming Sebastian for all of this. He's a sick bastard. He and his good friends, Queen Bee, be Tim, be this, be that. Why don't you be yourself? Why don't you be original? Sick fucks. Despicable. Step 3, formal submission via Form CB496. The actual legal mechanism for filing is the Form CB496. 6. Title 4E Programs Quarterly Financial Report. Within 30 days of the close of each fiscal quarter, the State Child Welfare Agency must submit this massive form electronically through the Federal Online Budget System, OLBS. Uh, this form is broken down by the state into highly distinct data points. Part 1, expenditures and estimates. The state logs the exact dollar amount, right, to the T, guys, uh, spent over the last 3 months on maintenance, training, and prevention. Crucially, this section also includes exact caseload data, the raw number of eligible children served. So this is all going to be documented so they can get funding. And this is why this is important. I know this can seem like I'm nerding out a bit. I get that. But for full context, and because I feel like this is so important to understand all of this, that's why I'm putting it in here. Because look, Sebastian's documented somewhere in this mess. And he's been documented for 2020, the end of 2022, 2023, the beginning of 24. And then also, I would imagine, because he's probably very well known, and that's why they get so scared when he's mentioned. And that's why Eric Craddock shits himself and he refuses to speak to anybody. And Brandon Carter won't even show his face, is because they were involved this whole time and they knew about everything. They knew about everything. Everything. Part 2, prior quarterly adjustments, or excuse me, the prior quarter adjustments, right? So last quarter. And as we're speaking about the entire year, guys, so that would be quarterly throughout the year, right? There's 4 quarters in a year. So each quarter, they're taking a look at previous quarter in part 2. If the state realized it made an accounting error, overspent, or missed an eligible case file in a previous quarter, they use that section to retroactively claim and correct the past funds, right? So everything has got to be documented and accounted for. Why is there accountability when it comes to the tight ass is giving up any money, but there's no types of checks and balances when it comes to human children? I mean, they are tight as can be on this, aren't they? Just tight as can be. You know, I know, guys, I'm usually so much better about reading the comments. I apologize. I knew it was going to be like this because when I do these readers, it makes me go into the other window and then I get so behind on chat. So I apologize, but I see you guys. I know you're outraged and I understand. I see you guys are making great points. And also, I know that you care as much as I do about this. I just know it. And I appreciate you all being here. Part 3, future estimates, right? The state details an estimated budget for the upcoming quarter so the federal government can anticipate how much cash to prep for the next cycle, right? Because they're not just giving it to one organization, right? They're giving it to multiple. And when we think about CPIT is every county. Now they're getting monies and they're getting projections from different counties and they're getting quarterly statements and they're constantly auditing and preparing for funds for next quarter, right? And they're also looking at previous quarters to make sure everything was spent correctly and also completely, right? Because if you don't use it, you lose it. So step 4, federal audit and the drag down. Once the form CB 496 is submitted, various components of the ACF Children's Bureau review the filing to ensure absolute compliance with federal statutes. Calculating the match, right? FFP, the federal government determines the federal financial participation, FFP rate for administrative costs and training. The government typically splits the cost 50-50 for direct foster care, maintenance. The reimbursement rate is tied to state-specific federal medical assistance percentage FMAP and funds dispersed. If approved, the federal government issues a formal grant award allowing the state agency to draw down the federal matching dollars back into the state treasury, right? And of course, the funds are allocated where they're needed. Funds dispersed or dispersed. I say allocated, they say dispersed. If approved, the federal government issues a formal grant award allowing the state agency to draw down. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I probably added that. I shouldn't have. Deferrals and disallowances. If a state cannot prove a child was legally eligible, or if a caseworker failed to sign a safety assessment on time, the federal government will explicitly defer or permanently deny that portion of the financial claim, right? Again, if you don't use it, you lose it. If you're using it or misappropriating funds, you're done. All right. Now, this is childtrends.org. Title IV of the Social Security Act, 4E of the Social Security Act, continues to be child welfare agencies' main source of federal funding nationally, right? So again, this is not just Tennessee, okay? States can use this funding stream to finance foster care placements, adoptions, guardianships, prevention services, and services for older youth uh, transitioning out of foster care, as well as a variety of associated administrative costs. In state fiscal year 2022, and again, this is what we have to look at. These are the graphs we're going to see. Child welfare agencies across the country spent $9.5 billion in Title IV funds. This represents a 15% increase over the past decade, despite a recent decline since 2020, right? And here's child welfare agencies' use of Title IV funds, and we can see that from 2012 to 22. Right? So 7.6 billion, 7.7, 8, 8.6, 9.1, and then right around back. So we're kind of getting back into 2018 fiscal year, right, to 2022. And that's just kind of showing the influx and how much it really takes to run this Title IV. So, excuse me, I'm sorry. It says, excuse me, let me cough really quick. I'm sorry. Okay, so it says, note, all dollar amounts have been inflated to the 2022 levels. This figure presented in this graph reflect an analysis of 42 states with sufficient data in all 6 surveys conducted by Child Trends from 2012 to 2022. Surveys are conducted every 2 years. Therefore, the total amount of SFY 2022 Title IV expenditures presented in this graph, $8.7 billion, differs from the total amount presented in the text, which is $9.5 billion. You know, potato, right? Let's find the children. Let's do what's right by them. Use that $9 billion to do something good. I'm not saying that they never do. I'm not saying that there aren't children that are saved by these programs, guys, and this money. You know, I'm not trying to misrepresent that in any way. But as it pertains to Sebastian Rogers' case, I'm just appalled. Title IV expenditures have grown over the past decade because more children become eligible for Title IV adoption assistance due to changes made via the Fostering Connections to Success, Increasing Adoptions Act of 2008, that slowly expand eligibility over time. The same legislation allowed states to use Title IV For guardianship assistance programs, more states have since created and or expanded Title IV guardianship assistant programs. The Family First Prevention Services Act of 2018 created new Title IV programs for prevention services and kinship navigation, which, I think kinship navigation is a very important piece, right? Because sometimes families just need a little bit of help, right? Good night, SI officer. Sometimes people just need a little bit of extra help and it can do wonders for them. Or you might have a young family that could use some parenting classes and they do fantastic with them and they implement some of those changes and they're happier for it, right? And it's a positive experience and outcome. Unfortunately, we didn't see that in Sebastian Rogers' case. When we have two parents who are well over the age, financially secure, in my opinion, um, but that are just, in my opinion, completely pure evil and rotten to their core, and did not want Sebastian living in their home anymore. It is so painful for me to say that, but that is going to be my continued stance from here on out. I am done making excuses for you, Katie. I'm done. However, most recently, SFY 2020 to SFY 2022, the Title IV expenditures have decreased slightly due to fewer children in foster care. New restrictions on use of Title IV for congregate care placements resulting from changes introduced via the Family First Prevention Act, Services Act, FFPSA, and the elimination of the Title IV waiver program that provided states with more flexible dollars to fund child welfare services. Right, so they've taken out some of those services, and that's what's always going to be cut is services. When we think about schools and different programs, they always take out the arts first, right? They always cut the fat right there. And they continuously do that across the board, when we're seeing these monies allocated, especially government funds um, or government funding. Child Trends and Child Welfare Financing. Child Trends conducts a biennial, right, national survey of how each state finances child welfare. This survey will support this survey, with support from Casey Family Programs and Ann E. Casey Foundation, results in data and analysis for the entire nation and for each individual state that describe the use of funding sources such as Title IV, temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF, state/local funding, and more. So it even supports some of the welfare, right? Welfare services. Child Trends also partners with states to help them examine the financing of the unique child welfare systems. This information can help decision makers identify opportunities and promote best practices that improve outcomes for children and families. If you're interested in learning more, contact Christina Rosinski, right? Um, I mean, I'm interested because I like to follow the money. I'm interested because of that. I thought this was interesting. I was doing some screenshots of old live and I pulled this up. So one of our friends, Laura Arnold, said, in my opinion, my first thought, if he walked out the door, I would call to see if he was with his daddy, Seth. Right? If Sebastian walked out the door and Sebastian was her child, she would call his dad. And I had to agree there. I was like, wow. And that was my response. It was just sad. Just a sad ass bastard look on my face. You know? This is Katie Proudfoot. Now, I don't want her to fall by the wayside. You're not out of any of this, Katie. Actually, you're in the spotlight, as you should be. You are Sebastian's mother. You were the one that was supposed to be protecting him, Katie, and you are the one that chose your husband over your child. It is just, I mean, find Summer's truth. It breaks my heart because Seth did not deserve any of this. You know, he's got his own house and his own household with Sebastian every other weekend, and the Proudfoots are over there abusing his son without his knowledge. And then the state allows for it too. And so does the law enforcement, and so does the district attorney, and so does Ashley's place, and so do all of these other people. TikTok, Katie, because you're not off the hook. You are not off the hook. Katie has lied for her husband and blamed her missing son, Sebastian Rogers. That's Katie. That's Katie Proudfoot. Or lying about doing work, is what she said. Or lying about doing work. I heard you say it, Katie. And I also had to save it and then put the volume up and save it again and put the volume up. I mean, if you're going to lie on your son, why don't you speak up? Katie was the last one with Sebastian, so she says. And this is them at the Texas Roadhouse. And I'm just going to play this through, guys, really quick to give my voice a break. It's just music. All right, guys. So, of course, this is a to be continued because, like I said, we only got through 7 pages of the document. And it's, let me get I don't want to say the wrong number. So, give me 1 second and let me make sure that I have the right number. I think it's something like 29, or I don't know why that's the number that keeps on popping into my head. Is 29. Um, let's see here. And I did upload a link. Oh, 21 pages. Um, and the last two are kind of like more like signing the page, right? And then the certificate of service, because this all had to be this all had to be served through the proper channels, and the people who are being sued had to be properly served all of this paperwork. Good night, my PTSD. I hope you feel better, honey. So this is just something that I wanted to kind of pick apart in here, because there's more details that I'm going to share with you guys too. But this was like a big bulk of, like, I was calling it the meat and potatoes, right? Because it's going to help us understand why Seth is doing what he's doing, but also why the court would accept something like this, and why it's imperative that they do. Because again, I cannot just sit here and be like, This is an isolated incident. They made a mistake with Sebastian. They have never done this before to another family or another child. There are 14 more cases out there that are open like this, where there's formal complaints against DCS. Um, Bo, are you Bo, are you bugging Seth over there? I bet you're bugging her more than she's bugging you. Oh my goodness. Um, but I also wanted to talk about, like, I was in Jen's live earlier today, and Jen did a great live, and she was talking about she did a good video, and she was talking about the tort. I don't want to say it wrong, but I know I'm going to have a major brain fart after reading all of that tonight. I know it's a coming, but there is a tort clause. Is it called? I don't want to call it the wrong thing. Um, but again, there's so many cases that set precedents for this. And I want to go over that too, but I'm going to do that after we go over the paperwork. We will go through like the actual case setting precedents. Precedent setting. Thank you. Hello. Um, that are named in this lawsuit, so that way we can take a look at why Seth would be asking for this and what other cases have set that precedence for Seth to be able to move forward like this. So yes, yeah. Yeah, you haven't told. No. I mean, if anything, I'm like out here in the middle of an ocean with, the little donut thing, right? And I'm like trying to research. No, I'm just kidding, Seth. You did a good job last night also. Um, and that's probably what we might come back and do, also is go over your live, because it was a good live. Um, Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know anything more than you guys do, except for like when I did this big bunch of research on it. And even when I got through everything and I was talking, like I said, with Witchy, and Witchy said, well, what about that friend part? And I was like, oh, I didn't even look that up, right? I was just kind of thinking like I knew it was kind of like on the behalf of, but I liked having that extra piece, because there's a lot of times where people will read these documents and they'll be like, wow, I don't know what that means, and it's just helpful to get through all of it and know and understand, so that way we can move forward from it, because there's a lot more that's going to come out, and then that way we can get through that part of it and understand this other part of it. I think just the most shocking thing to me was the involvement of these entities. And when you think about CPIT in theory is like a great thing, right? Because it's like no child can fall through the cracks when you have all these people looking out for them. But then somehow Sebastian did. So also, how did these detectives, this assistant district attorney, or even Ray Whitley, the district attorney, not know what was going on? And then I wondered why Mayor Isbell seems to, you know, be at the house like he is. That's so weird. It's okay, Gabby. Don't be sorry. So it's just so strange. Seth. It's so strange to me that this was all, everybody knew about this. There's just no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Um, and when we think about that, It's unnerving. Like, it's enough to drive you up a wall just thinking about the fact that they could have prevented all of this and they never did. You know? Oh, thank you, my PTSD. And I'm probably not doing good for your headache, girl. I got like my scratchy voice going, and I'm getting loud with it. And um, they put the blindfolds on and didn't want to see anything. Exactly. And when we think about how closely Brandon Carter had to have worked with Jenny, right, Smith, and how they worked hand in hand, and how she worked hand in hand with DCS, and how at the time of Sebastian's disappearance, it wasn't so um, weird or off-putting or surprising, or oh my gosh, this moment where it's like, you know, what could have happened here. They knew damn well what happened. They knew exactly what happened. And let me see here. I wanted to show you guys something as it pertains to um oh, that's what it was. Okay, hold on, because I do have this little short with Brandon Carter um that I made. Was there two of them though? Okay. No, it's this one. Okay. Let me just share this with you guys too. Brandon Carter. Here we go. All right. Okay. Hey, country guy. Good to see ya. Um, thank you, country guy. I'm glad because I feel like I'm nerding out on you guys a lot, you know. So I'll probably watch this 10 more times. Detroit, I'm telling you, I had to read through all of that so many times last night. It was just like, I need to make sure that I'm understanding this. It's like I couldn't wrap my mind around it because it's not something you want to believe. You know, hey, Ann Brock, hey, hon. It's not something you want to believe. You don't want to be like, oh, yeah, these cops are horrible. You know, we don't ever want to think that way. That would dash all of our hopes and faith in our police officers. I would never do that to those hardworking people, you know. But yeah, sadly.
Brandon Carter. Don't give me this. Don't give me lip. That's what you get when you act a fool. Don't give me. I repeat. Will the real Brandon Carter please stand up? Don't give me. Don't give me. Don't give me. Don't. We're gonna have a problem here. Give me.
All right, guys. I just wanted to show you that little silly part I did. All right. So, oh, thank you, Gigi. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate that. Um, I don't even know if I'm gonna at flight. I don't think I'm gonna read it. I don't know, Seth. I haven't had a chance to go back and actually read through that one because I was like, oh, because I also am like, I kind of said my piece a little bit, I guess, but that there might be more. Um, so this is Brandon Carter, right? It's not the other Brandon Carter that they were showing. That other gentleman, again, he could be like, this awesome, police officer, and we're like tagging him as this one, right? But this Brandon Carter has gotten some awards, right? Um, in that little video clip I showed you, that was him getting praised by a local for doing the right thing, right? But he's never, Bo says, please don't read it. Um, but he's never like come out and talked about Sebastian's case because he knows that he's guilty. And this is the thing that is so bothering me at this point is that he's so guilty, and that's why he's so silent. You know, it is, Seth. It's something that is like you read it and you're like, I don't think I'll ever sleep again from reading that. Like seriously, because it's so corrupt on the highest level that it should scare everyone. It should offend every sensibility, every moral compass out there should be, I don't know where, south. I mean, I don't know. It should just be like, or maybe just like spinning around aimlessly because we have no idea what's happening, but we kind of do know what's happening. Um, I'm glad you're here, Anne Brock. And, so it's just so not right. Um, and if you want to watch my little silly video, I'm saying, will the real Brandon Carter please stand up, right? It's obviously Slim Shady. Um, so we pulled this in. Now, this is December 4th of 2020. Gallatin shop with a cop and firefighter in Gallatin, Nashville, Tennessee. And this is Brandon Carter, and he's shopping with a cop. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I think I was muted. Okay, so yeah, coffee, creme, and cats. It's infuriating because it's Sebastian. We're all thinking this whole time, like, you know, what could have happened to him? What has gone on? What has happened here in this situation? Why are the police being so quiet? Well, now we know why. Unfortunately, now we know why, and it's sad, just to put it lightly. But it also is enough to really tick us off because he deserves so much better. So many places do the shop with a cop. 1 minute. Okay, sorry, I had to get a cough drop. So they do these events where the kids will go shopping with the cops, which is really sweet, and it helps build rapport and a positive relationship between kids and cops, right? Which I think is a great thing. So this is Brandon Carter participating in that, but you don't see a kid with him, and it's kind of awkward and off-putting. So January 12th, 2015, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and the Gallatin Police Department each have added a new officer from the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy. So this is when Brandon was brought on to Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Sumner County's new deputy is Michael Brandon Carter. Just so everybody knows, his real name is not Brandon. He goes by his middle name. That's very concerning to me, because that means that he's trying to um, go under the radar. Sumner County's new deputy is Michael Brandon Carter, a certified emergency medical technician who worked for the county's EMS, and Chris Lopper has joined Gallatin PD GPD. Both completed the Training Academy Basic Police School in mid-December, according to a news release from the Department of Commerce and Insurance. The school provided Carter and Lopper a, quote, rigorous 10-week course delivering the technical and tactical training, as well as the ethical and professional standards of law enforcement that are necessary for success. End quote. The release noted. Maybe he missed a day in ethics. I don't know. Um, to become a detective in Sumner County, Tennessee, candidates typically must first be hired as a police officer or deputy, requiring a high school diploma or GED. Bachelor's is preferred. Tennessee POST certification and experience. Um, excuse me, I don't want to cough on you guys. Okay, so uh, promotion to detective usually requires several years of patrol experience, specialized training in investigations, and in-house agency promotions. Okay. Whether he did all that, I'm not sure. I just kind of wanted to show you guys what it takes. Um, they got to be 21. They got to have a driver's license. They got to pass their background checks, physical and psychological evaluations. Education, high school diploma or GED is required, and an associate or bachelor's degree in criminal justice or related field is highly preferred for advancement. I would hope so. I think, the smaller stations and things like that, but maybe you would accept a little bit less and like more on the job training. But I think it's really important um, to get good candidates, especially hiring veterans, that sort of thing. That's just my opinion, though. I mean, and I'm not an authority on any of that. Uh, Again, certification, graduation from a POST approved law enforcement academy in Tennessee. Um, Certification, graduation from POST approved by law enforcement. Oh, I read that. Sorry. Experience, several years of experience as a patrol officer is generally required before being eligible for a promotion to a detective or investigative position. Specialized training. Detectives often receive training in criminal investigation techniques, evidence processing, and interview interrogation tactics. Okay, guys, do you see that? That is the big thing that we're missing here. In my opinion, no detective work was done in terms of a criminal investigation technique, uh, interrogation, right? Where you know that they've learned these techniques, yet it wasn't put into play here, right? Neither was evidence processing because they're saying they have no evidence, right? So you can't really process evidence if you don't have it, which I find to be atrocious. I mean, there's always going to be some sort of evidence, and no evidence is evidence. But um, Sumner County Sheriff's Office requires deputy candidates to be at least 21, a U.S. citizen, driver's license, honorably discharged from the military. The hiring process includes a written civil service test, physical and psychological exams, polygraph, and a background check. Okay. And we kind of went into the the polygraph test and things like that, especially for TBI. Sumner County Sheriff's Office special guidelines. Physical and mental, again, you got to pass those evaluations. Background check. Candidates must be willing to work shifts, weekends, and holidays. Specific policies prohibit beards, goatees for the most roles, with strict regulations on their hair, right? Like they can't have long hair, shaggy hair. Uh, and then corrections officers, again, got to be 18, U.S. citizen, um, and go through the proper channels, right? Oh, now this is interesting because you can go to the website And it's the Office for Professional Accountability, Sumner County Sheriff's Office. You can also download an application on this website. So, professional accountability mission. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office strives to provide exceptional public service to the citizens of Sumner County. Wah, wah, wah. All right. Our team is carefully selected and trained to deliver quality service to the community. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office is genuinely interested in recognizing employees who are committed to this goal. We are committed to, additionally, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office focuses on continuous improvement when team members fail to meet desired standards or face accusations of wrongdoing. As a citizen, your participation is welcome and essential to ensure this outstanding employees are recognized for their performance and that employees' misconduct does not go unreported. All complaints, questions, or concerns are reviewed by the Sheriff's Office command staff. All right, so anybody that makes a report should direct that to the command staff. You can commend a team member, right? And this is how you would do that. Give us something to praise you for, in my opinion. Express concerns about employee performance. If a citizen has a concern about Sumner County Sheriff's Office employee, they can contact the on-deputy supervisor. Contact may be made in person, by phone, email, or U.S. mail. Concerned citizen may also contact a member of the command staff through one of the links below. Allegations of official misconduct that are proven to be true may be prosecuted for filing a false complaint or making false statements to a member of this agency, right? So you need to make sure that you come correct with your information, but they are not above getting in trouble, you know. No, he didn't receive anything from Sebastian. No. No. Unfortunately, I wish he would have, you know. That gentleman is the only officer that has attended vigils and spoken with us during the gathering of voices. Aw. Imagine every child that was at the was a classmate in Beach. Wonder what their opinion and faith they have in their law enforcement agency. I don't know that they would have any, Seth. I think it's a scary thought. I would be scared to death if I was one of those kids. I'd be thinking about, where's Sebastian? And what if I went missing? Would anybody look for me, kind of thing? You know. And then more about making the report, guys. And I just kind of wanted to show you this because when you make a staff, okay, so this is the command staff that you would be reporting to. The reports go straight to the dirty sheriff, Eric Craddock. Chief Deputy Tommy Greer is right underneath him, right? So unfortunately, now if you have another complaint on the Detective Training and Office of Professional Accountability Division, you'd go to Captain Lance Hampton. I haven't done any research on Captain Lance Hampton, but I'm afraid to at this point because I wonder what I would dig up in that instance. I'm a little worried. So it makes me a little bit worried about that. So anyway, Detective Training or Office or Professional Accountability Division inquiry. So this is where you would go to their website and you would select the type of submission, right? I want to commend somebody. I want to express a concern about employees' performance. I want to ask a question. Which division? So you can do Detective Training, Office of Professional Accountability. You would put your name, first and last, and your address, and then your email. phone number, you would make sure that you're being, honest here, and then hit agree. But this is exactly it. And it's under TCA 39 statute, right? And you got to sign it. Criminal Investigations Division. Now, this is what is very, very interesting. And they're not above scrutiny, Gigi. You're so right. They are not. They should be held to a higher standard, in my opinion. We're just civilians, But still, we should all, maintain some integrity and care and, do the right thing. So, Criminal Investigations Division. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigation Division, CID, is comprised of several talented detectives who investigate a variety of crimes. Detectives often work with other local, state, and federal jurisdictions to combat crime and ensure the safety of the citizens of Sumner County. On average, the Criminal Investigation Division conducts around 1,000 investigations a year, which is pretty low, in my opinion. Now, this is where you would go to their website here again, and they just updated everything in 26. And if you go to open cases, right, you will see Amber Alert, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, Sumner County, Tennessee, under open cases. I believe it was the first one. Rookie detective botches the investigation. Okay. And again, you guys can go watch my silly video. This gives all of Sebastian's stats, also his NCIC number, 757753007. Okay, this is going to be the original Amber Alert flyer that they have all the information in. And again, this one is saying Bobby Simmons for TBI find. And then we have Detective B. Carter. And then they were giving the phone number 615-451-3838. The one that, Sheriff Craddock had given in the beginning. So very interesting, in my opinion, that. This is Brandon Carter looking like the schmuck he is, in my opinion. Right? None of these guys are Carter. Just so everybody knows, no matter what anybody else tries to tell you, I promise you, I'm bringing it to you. All right. And this is a statement in their website. It says, Sebastian's disappearance has deeply affected our community, said Carter. We understand the desire for the community to want answers for us to explain every step of this investigation, but we can't release all the case details without risking the integrity of the investigation. We ask that the community refocus on what matters most, and that's finding Sebastian. Staying united and supportive will bring us closer to the answers that we're looking for. How about you do the job that you should have done in the beginning and go arrest Chris Proudfoot? That would be a start. Promptly sharing tips and information with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, or the FBI is the best way to help find Sebastian. Well, anybody that did submit tips about Chris Proudfoot, you didn't do anything about those. So in my opinion, you lost the chance to do something about those when you didn't do anything about those. And now it's 2.5 years later, and they're still the only ones that could have possibly had anything to do with this. If you have any concerns about or any information concerning the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Okay? The Sumner County Sheriff's Office Tennessee Criminal Investigations Division is led by Lance Corporal Hampton. or excuse me, led by Captain Lance Hampton. I don't know where I got corporal from. Wow. Manages complex investigations, including cases like Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. Detectives handle felonies, missing persons, and specialized cases, often working with state authorities. Key personnel include Detective Eric Craddock. Okay. And again, the key personnel, and you'll see that. And this is all on their website. So, Sheriff's Office. Recent investigation into Sebastian Rogers, right? Dedicated detectives have been investigating this disappearance of the 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers since February of 2024, involving state authorities, uh, criminal investigations, detectives including Chris Burgett, David Langston worked on the 2025 aggravated assault case in collaboration with the district attorney in TBI. Specialized investigations. The department has investigated incidences involving illegal activities such as cockfighting. Right? They're worried about that and not worried about Brandon Carter. Oh, and he's also one of their DUI guys, right? He knows how to conduct a field sobriety, right? And then again, Michael Brandon Carter, shop with a cop. Michael Brandon Carter, shop with a cop. Okay. And again, guys, we want justice for Sebastian. We're tired of waiting. It's been too long. And there is no reason why we should be sitting here dealing with this, especially Seth. It is egregious. And I want to get together with you guys tomorrow. I want to kind of do a review on Seth's live, so that way we could do night court again on the rest of this, because I kind of try to keep it so we're not like bouncing around, because I know the day crew is a little different than the night court crew. So I just don't want you guys to be like, what, lady? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? I want it to kind of be, same topics like as we go each night. But I do want to do like maybe a day crew review of the live that Seth did. I think everybody did a really good job. My voice was really bad. But I mean, I think we all worked well together, and I was really happy to see just a group of creators, coming together and, talking about Sebastian's case, and, everybody kind of putting in their own 2 cents. I think that was really a good thing. And I love that. I like to see more of that, happening. I think it's great. And we all need to work together. Hey, Paige, the state of Tennessee politicians and law enforcement has really brought a lot of not good publicity or integrity to their state. I mean, in my opinion, I think you're right too, Paige. I mean, that's the thing. I can't help but report on stuff that is clearly in black and white. I mean, I can't just be like, no, that's not true. That doesn't happen. I mean, everything just points right to that, So, yes. Well, I only got through like 7 pages. And I was like, well, I got to research that. I need to get this in there so people can know about this. We got to go over this. It was like, oh boy. I do have more questions. I have so many questions. I do. But I mean, I can kind of understand. Oh, thank you, IML. I just can kind of understand where poor Sebastian was coming from. I mean, you know, it just, I'd be mad too. I'd be mad. I'd be hurt. I'd be sad. Um, yeah, he just didn't deserve any of that. So why is the Amber Alert in effect if they don't have a description or vehicle person of interest? I mean, I wondered that too, Detroit, because it has to fit that criteria, right? And we've heard of other cases not, but I think it maybe because it's an endangered child alert is the only thing I can think of. Um, and of course, if somebody else knows better in the chat too, feel free to put it in there. But no, I'm not sure. I mean, it makes me wonder, do they have a vehicle description? I mean, hey, I've never doubted for a minute that law enforcement has more information than we do or than I do. You know, um, I've just never doubted that for a minute because I would be silly to think that, right? But then again, if they're not investigating because they don't want to get themselves in trouble, I mean, they're covering their own asses for lack of a better way to state it. That's all that is, right? Because they were involved. They had knowledge. Their assistant district attorney was involved. There were other um, hearings and proceedings that they were involved in. So again, that's why they don't want anybody to know. But now everybody knows, and even AI pulled it in. They were like, "Oh, nope, Sebastian Rogers." They were all in it in Sebastian Rogers. Seth says, I think TBI does whatever they want. Sebastian had to wait a couple days, but the child that went missing in Clarksville got one in hours. Exactly. Exactly. That's a good point. I think they do whatever they want to. And who questions like criteria on a missing kid and be like, well, how come this one, unless something goes wrong, you know? I just love Smiley. Smiley was so great. Everybody was so great. And he was found 6 hours after he was reported missing. Yes. And that was the one they tried to. I swear that looks so staged to me. I hate to say that. I'm probably wrong. But see, this is the kind of crap that they're the ones that generate these thoughts in people's heads because they're not to be trusted now. I mean, I mean, mm-mm. To my detriment, I would probably not trust them, to where it would be like, well, this time you kind of need, they're not always wrong, right? But I mean, oh my God, you know. So another one in the attic. I was talking about the one, I know who you're talking about now, Seth, because yeah, we covered that little one. Um I was talking about the one they found in the woods. And they made a big deal out of Craddock finding him. I can't remember what his name was though now off the top of my head. Um, I just think it's so sad that Sebastian hasn't gotten that same kind of. Um, I mean, they just haven't handled it right. Yeah, and that's just always just going to be part of it. But it's never too late to do the right thing. I think that they should be done covering and sweeping things under the rug because it's not going to. No, it was like in 24. It was in 24 because I remember them coming out, and I'm gonna have to find that news clip. I know it's somewhere out there. And they made Craddock look like a hero. And he's really not. He's a zero. So, but I know the little boy that you're talking about, because yeah, we talked about him here, and the whole time he was up in the attic. Poor little guy. So, um, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate y'all so much for being here, and we're gonna definitely reconvene tomorrow. Like I said, I think we'll go over Seth's interview, or excuse me, Seth's live stream. Um, so if you guys are around, definitely stop over. So, yeah, this year I know exactly who you're talking about. This year, the little boy in the attic, which is weird because there was like literally a makeshift ladder up to the attic. It was kind of weird. I think that would probably be better if they took that down. You know. Thank you, Bo. Thank you so much. No, nothing's a guarantee. That's true. Yeah, we'll just have to see. We'll just pray. And but yeah, the more that we talk about these aspects of it, the more it just is glaringly, we're becoming more aware, and it's just glaringly in our face, that this is why we're seeing the kind of things we're seeing. I mean, it's because they're covering their own asses. They were all involved. Miss Jenny from the block. We got Snuggle Struggles. We got Michael, likes to call himself Brandon. We got the Ashley's Place Child Advocacy Center. All goes back to taking these kids and putting these kids in these horrible facilities. Oh, it's all coming together now. See, this is where it's like, wow, it makes sense, right? Where nothing ever made sense. It was such a bizarre, weird case. Well, this is why. Thank you, IML, and thank you guys so much for your well wishes. I appreciate you guys tremendously. um I'm definitely on the med. um so, all right, guys. Well, I love you all very, very much, and I will see you guys